Chapter 1, starting off by having the engagement broken off. Speaker. Holy Spirit Douluo has arrived. A respectful voice sounded from outside the door, breaking the silence of the top floor. Chen Yu slowly withdrew the qi circulating around his body, the divine light in his deep eyes gradually fading away. He stood up and strode towards the door. The door was pushed open from the outside. Secretary Pan Wen respectfully stepped aside. Chen Yu nodded slightly and walked straight out of the cultivation room. He walked along the corridor towards his private office, his steps steady and powerful. This was the top floor of the Ming City Parliament building. The entire floor was his exclusive office area, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the bustling skyline of Ming City. As the current speaker of the Sun-Moon Federation, he was also one of only 3 peak quasi-gods on the Douluo Continent. Chen Yu held a pivotal position on this continent. And the other 2 beings of equal fame to him. One was the Chen Shinji, and the other was Shrek Academy Sea God Pavilion Master, Sky supporting Douluo, Yun Ming. He pushed open the office door. Chen Yu's gaze fell upon the sofa. A woman was sitting there. She wore a simple, elegant long dress, her long hair draped softly over her shoulder, and her every gesture exuded intellect and grace. Her face was extremely beautiful, her eyes gentle, and a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth, her whole being radiating an aura that made people feel at ease. She was none other than the Holy Spirit Douluo, Yali, the Federation's #1 healing-type soul master, and also Chen Yu's fiancé. Both of them were people of the Federation, one was the Federation speaker, and the other was the Federation's #1 healing-type soul master. Seeing Chen Yu enter, Yali looked up, her eyes gentle, and said softly, "Brother Yu." Chen Yu nodded slightly, walked over, and sat down opposite her, his expression indifferent. "Apologies. I happened to have an epiphany, so I went into closed-door cultivation for a period of time." Yali shook her head and said softly, "It's nothing." Chen Yu spoke. "Secretary Pan Wen told me you were looking for me. Did something happen, or is it that you are lacking resources?" Yali shook her head. "Not lacking." She was telling the truth. As the fiancé of the Federation speaker, the resources and support she enjoyed were at the highest level in the Federation. Whether it was rare medicinal herbs or various heaven and earth treasures that aided in cultivation. As long as she needed them, she could use them without any reason. Over these years, Chen Yu had never let her experience any shortage in resources. Chen Yu nodded, not asking any further. However, right at this moment, Yali's expression suddenly changed. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes began to evade, not daring to look at Chen Yu again. Her fingers twisted together unconsciously, and her lips parted slightly. It seemed she had something to say, but found it difficult to speak. Chen Yu watched her behavior, a trace of doubt faintly emerging in his heart. But he did not press her eagerly, just waiting quietly for her to speak for herself. The office was quiet for a moment. Yali took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and then opened them again. Her hands clenched tightly, as if she had made a great resolution. Finally, she looked up, staring straight into Chen Yu's eyes, and said word by word, "Brother Yu, let's break up." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Yu's gaze changed abruptly. His pupils contracted slightly, and a trace of disbelief appeared on his originally peaceful face. He did not expect that after his closed-door cultivation this time, Yali would actually give him such a surprise. He did not speak immediately, just staring at Yali for a few seconds, the temperature in his eyes gradually fading. Immediately, Chen Yu said indifferently, "Reason." His voice was very calm to the point of being abnormal. And Yali, from the moment she said that sentence, seemed as if some knot in her heart had been unlocked. She no longer evaded, no longer hesitated, blurting out everything she had been holding back in her heart. "Brother Yu, you are often in closed-door cultivation and cannot be by my side. But Yun Ming is different. He can take me to see the sea, he can take me to see the sunrise. Only when I am with him can I feel that I am still alive." Chen Yu smiled. That smile had no warmth. At the same time, his gaze was also growing colder and colder. He stared at Yali, with disappointment, mockery, and an indescribable pain in his eyes. He remembered many things. He and Yali had walked out of the same slum. Back then, they were both still young, on barren land, in dilapidated houses, living days where they didn't know if they would have their next meal. Along the way, as an older brother and an elder, he had always taken care of and protected Yali. He knew clearly that with Yali's unique ability as the wishing angel, if he didn't have enough strength to protect her, she would inevitably be captured by certain organizations in the Federation, and then become a tool in the hands of certain people. For this reason, he knew the importance of power better than anyone. He cultivated with his life on the line, struggling desperately to become stronger. He brought Yali through 10,000 difficulties, and finally, they were taken in as disciples by a certain big figure in the Federation military. And Yali, under his wings, began her own training as the wishing angel. Cultivating, and then saving people. But Yali needed to pay with her own life force to save people. Every time she used the wishing angel's ability, she was consuming her own origin. For this, Chen Yu could only cultivate desperately, struggling desperately to climb higher. He fought for power and profit, he planned every step carefully. From an orphan in a slum, he step by step climbed to the position of Federation speaker. Everything he did was so that Yali would have enough resources to cultivate, and enough resources to compensate for her damaged life force. Of course, because Yali's cultivation expenses were all borne by him alone, Yali enjoyed great autonomy in the Federation. She could choose to perform missions and save people according to her own ideas, without worrying about being oppressed by the 4 words, Federation's contribution. He held up a sky for her, allowing her to live freely and become the person she wanted to be. At the very beginning, Chen Yu didn't have any thoughts about Yali. He just treated her as a younger sister, as someone he needed to protect. It was back then. His master passed away, he hoped that he could start a family. The old man lay on the bed, his breath fading, his eyes full of concern for his disciple. And at that time, it was Yali who stood up, blushing and saying she was willing to start a family with him. Over the years, Yali had shared everything he had. She enjoyed supreme honor and power, without having to bear any responsibility. Because the responsibility was all borne by him alone. And now, Yali tells him they should break up. No, is this treating him like a sucker? Chen Yu looked at Yali coldly and said directly, Yali, I told you back then that my cultivation is not the same as your training. I need long-term closed-door cultivation. You yourself agreed to it as well. Yali's eyes reddened slightly, her voice carrying a trace of grievance. But I just want a lover. Someone who can always be by my side, accompany me, and love me. Chapter 2, Spit out the resources you took from me. Chen Yu laughed in anger. His laughter was filled with sarcasm. Then why did you agree to be my fiancé in the first place? Yali's eyes flickered, and she lowered her head, her voice dropping a few decibels. At the time, Legion Commander Huang hoped you would settle down, and I didn't want him to have any regrets, so that's why I said that. Fine. Chen Yu nodded, his face expressionless. But later, I also asked you, if you only said that so my master could pass away peacefully, we could have dissolved the engagement. You yourself said you truly wanted to be with me. Yali looked up, tears welling in her eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. But I only know now that that wasn't love. Chen Yu almost wanted to applaud Yali. He looked at the woman before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The current Yali was worlds apart from the one in the original story. Her cultivation had reached the realm of limit Douluo. At the same time, her lifespan was extremely long. Because the life force Yali consumed to save others, he had replenished it all. He had even paid a tremendous price, borrowing the divine artifact, Life's Eulogy, from the Yu family of the Federation, to ensure that Yali would not lose her own life force from saving others. Therefore, Yali did not suffer from severe origin damage, which allowed her to achieve her breakthrough to limit Douluo. Not to mention that every year, he allocated billions of Federation credits to promote the deeds of Yali throughout the Federation, allowing Yali to steadily obtain an extremely vast amount of power of faith. It had even reached the point where the Federation now only knew of the Holy Spirit Douluo, and not the Sea God. Yet now she said, that wasn't love. Chen Yu stared at Yali, his gaze growing colder, while the smile on his lips deepened. But there was not a shred of warmth in that smile. Only bone-chilling coldness. At this moment, Chen Yu did not intend to continue arguing with Yali. This type of person had their own exclusive worldview and perception, always using so-called love to cover up the true selfishness in their hearts. At the same time, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on the thoughts and reasons behind Yali's actions. Chen Yu calmly withdrew his gaze, raised his right hand, and pressed a button on the side. A slight humming sound rang out. A moment later, the office door was knocked on 3 times, then pushed open. A middle-aged man wearing a dark suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. It was Secretary Pan Wen. His steps were steady, his expression respectful, and he bowed slightly after entering. "Speaker, you summoned me." Chen Yu leaned back in his chair, his tone indifferent, as if he were discussing something mundane. "List all the resource expenditures for Holy Spirit Douluo over the past 30-plus years." Secretary Pan Wen was slightly taken aback, his gaze quickly sweeping over Yali sitting on the sofa before immediately withdrawing it. He did not ask any questions, simply responding respectfully before turning and retreating. Yali's expression changed instantly. She abruptly stood up from the sofa, looking at Chen Yu in disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother Yu, what do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Chen Yu looked at her with a confused expression, his gaze so calm it was almost indifferent. "All your expenses over the years were allocated from my personal accounts. You don't think you could enjoy unconditional resource allocation without fulfilling any of the Federation's obligations, do you? Now that we have broken up, just return all the resources you used after becoming my fiancé. After all, my things are for my fiancé to use, not for strangers." His tone was very flat, so flat it was like stating the most ordinary of facts. Upon hearing this, the expression on Yali's face shifted from shock to disappointment. Her eyes reddened, filled with hurt, and she stared straight at Chen Yu, her voice choking up. "Brother Yu, love cannot be forced. The more you act like this, the more disappointed I am in you." "Oh." Chen Yu spread his hands, his expression unchanged. "Then be disappointed." At this moment, Secretary Pan Wen had re-entered. He carried a thick stack of papers in his hands, each page densely packed with recorded items. He gently placed the stack of papers on the coffee table in front of Yali. Judging by the height, there were at least several hundred pages. Each page recorded the resource expenditures for Yali by the corresponding year and project, from rare medicinal herbs to spirit tools, from cultivate resources to daily expenses. Everything was listed in detail, nothing left out. But Yali did not bend down to pick them up and look. She just stood there, still looking at Chen Yu with tears in her eyes, as if it were Chen Yu who had betrayed her. Her gaze carried accusation, grievance, and a condescending sense of disappointment. Regarding this, Chen Yu could not be bothered to get entangled with Yali. He stood up, casually straightened his cuffs, and said indifferently, "Within 1 week, regardless of how you do it, return all the resources I gave you. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee whether Yun Ming will be beaten to death by me there." His voice was not loud, but every word was incomparably clear. Yali's face changed abruptly, the grievance and accusation from just a moment ago were instantly replaced by panic. She took a sharp step forward, her voice becoming urgent. "Chen Yu, you." But at this moment, Chen Yu's figure had already vanished from the spot. The space fluctuated slightly, that was a peak quasi-god-level teleportation, leaving no traces behind. The office immediately fell silent. Secretary Pan Wen stood there, looking at the empty seat of the speaker, then at the livid Yali, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He rubbed his hands together and spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Holy Spirit Douluo, look." Yali looked at the hundreds of dense pages on the coffee table and bit her lip. She did not believe it. She did not believe that Chen Yu would truly disregard their old relationship. After all, they had over 50 years of affection between them. They had come all the way from the slums, weathering all kinds of storms together. How could he turn his back on her now just because of a few words? She did not look at the papers again, nor did she pay any more attention to Secretary Pan Wen, turning and striding toward the door, the sound of her high heels striking the floor crisp and rapid. Secretary Pan Wen stood where he was, looking at a loss. He watched Yali leave, then looked at the stack of resource lists that had not been taken, finally sighed, took out his spirit tool communicator, and dialed Chen Yu's number. A moment later, the call connected. He asked for instructions in a low voice, and after receiving the next steps, he breathed a sigh of relief and put the communicator away. At this moment, Yali, having left the parliament building, intended to head to Shrek City to cry and complain to Ming about Chen Yu's heartlessness. She walked out of the main entrance of the building. On the streets of Ming City, there was heavy traffic and towering buildings. She walked straight toward the black spirit tool car parked in her exclusive spot. It was the exclusive vehicle equipped for her by the Federation, with the emblem of the Holy Spirit Douluo printed on the door. She reached out to pull the car door. The door did not budge. Yali frowned and pulled again. The door remained tightly closed. There was no sign of it opening. Chapter 3, Revoking all privileges granted to Yali. She bent down and, through the dark car window, saw the driver sitting in the driver's seat. He was the exclusive driver who had been with her for many years. Every trip had been made with him picking her up and dropping her off. Yali knocked on the car window. The window slowly slid down, revealing the driver's slightly reserved face. Yali looked displeased, her tone carrying the habitual posture of a superior. "Open the door." But the driver shook his head, his gaze somewhat evasive, yet he still spoke. "Holy Spirit Douluo, although I have been your exclusive driver for these years, it has always been the speaker paying my salary. He is my true boss. So, please take a taxi yourself." After saying this, the window rolled back up. Yali was furious. She had not expected Chen Yu to treat her this way, even a driver dared to give her attitude. At this moment, her eyes were slightly red, her chest heaving violently, but in the end, she said nothing more. She raised her proud neck, her figure surged upward, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot into the sky, flying toward the outside of Ming City. The golden light streaked across the sky of Ming City, like a brilliant meteor, but a moment later, a piercing siren sounded. Several figures rose from all directions of Ming City, forming a tight encirclement in the blink of an eye. It was a squad of mechs, pitch black all over, their streamlined bodies reflecting a cold metallic luster. The leading mech was a full size larger than the others, painted entirely in crimson red, appearing particularly eye-catching under the sunlight. Yali was forced to stop in midair. The loudspeaker of the leading red mech emitted a steady voice. "Flight is prohibited over Ming City without authorization." At this moment, facing this situation that kept happening again and again, Yali was also angry. Golden light erupted from her body, the aura of a limit Douluo. Released without reservation, her voice cold and majestic. "This seat is the Holy Spirit Douluo, the Federation's #1 healing type soul master. Move aside." But the mech squad did not budge. More than 10 mechs hovered in midair, surrounding Yali tightly, none of them yielding a path. The red mech spoke again, its tone still steady, but the content made Yali's face suddenly freeze. "Approved by the Federation, revoking all privileges of the Holy Spirit Douluo. I ask that Holy Spirit Douluo, do not make things difficult for us." At this moment, Yali's face turned ashen. After all, she was a healing-type soul master, even if she was currently a limit Douluo. But her abilities were concentrated on healing and support, and the spirit abilities truly used for combat were very few. Therefore, her true combat power might not even be as good as a super Douluo. And this red mech in front of her, the pilot was at least a titled Douluo-level powerhouse. Combined with this top-tier Federation red mech, she might not really be able to win. The golden light gradually converged. Yali bit her lip, her chest heaving violently. But in the end, she suppressed the anger in her heart. She slowly landed back on the ground. Her feet stepped onto the streets of Ming City, and the curious gazes of the surrounding pedestrians made her feel an unprecedented embarrassment. But at this moment, she had already decided in her heart to give Chen Yu the cold shoulder. Wait until Chen Yu knelt down to apologize to her. Only then would she consider whether to forgive Chen Yu. Thinking this way, she straightened her back, hailed a passing spirit-guided taxi, and got in without looking back. Several hours later, Shrek Academy. This ancient institution was bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, the primitive building complex arranged in an orderly manner, with towering ancient trees hidden among them, exuding a quiet and solemn atmosphere. Yali walked into the gate of Shrek Academy, her steps still elegant, her posture still upright, as if everything she had encountered in Ming City had never happened. Only her slightly red eyes exposed her inner unrest. News traveled fast. A figure swept out from the depths of Shrek Academy, moving so fast that its trajectory was almost invisible. The next instant, a tall and imposing man appeared in front of Yali. He had sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, a face like jade, and a head of black hair draped over his shoulders, his whole body exuding an aura that looked down upon the world. He was none other than the Sea God Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy, the sky-supporting Douluo, Ming, one of the only three-peak quasi-gods on the Douluo Continent. Ming saw Yali's slightly red eyes at a glance. His face instantly turned gloomy, his fists clenched suddenly, and a terrifying aura rose from his body, the surrounding air seeming to freeze. He said angrily, "Who is it? I know. It is Chen Yu. It must be him." Before the words fell, golden light erupted from Ming, and he turned, about to rush towards the direction of Ming City. He wanted to find Chen Yu and seek justice for Yali. But Yali grabbed his arm. She shook her head vigorously, tears welling up in her eyes, and finally said softly, "Chen Yu, perhaps he cannot accept it. That is why." Before she could finish, Yali covered her face with both hands, her shoulders trembling slightly, and she began to cry silently. And her ambiguous words fell into the ears of Ming, taking on a different meaning. Ming was convinced that Chen Yu must have done many hateful things to Yali to make her so heartbroken. The anger in his eyes grew even stronger, but seeing Yali crying, that anger turned into heartache. He hurriedly reached out and pulled Yali into his arms, one hand gently patting her back, his voice low and firm. "Yali, stop crying. Since Chen Yu dared to treat you like this, I will definitely avenge you. Don't worry, with me here, no one can bully you." Yali just shook her head and cried, saying nothing. She buried her face in Ming's chest, her shoulders heaving, and tears wet Ming's lapels. Just then, a luxurious spirit-guided car slowly stopped at the gate of Shrek Academy. The car door opened. Secretary Pan Wen stepped out of the car. He was wearing a proper suit, holding a stack of thick papers in his hands, which were the hundreds of resource lists that had been placed in front of Yali in the Parliament building in Ming City earlier. His expression was calm, his pace composed, and he walked straight towards Ming and Yali. Walking up close, Secretary Pan Wen gently placed the stack of papers in his hand on the ground in front of Ming, then looked up and smiled slightly, the smile polite and distant. "Ming, these are the expenses of the Holy Spirit Douluo for the past 30 years. The speaker asked you to pay them." Ming was stunned. He looked down at the thick stack of papers on the ground, frowned slightly, and bent down to pick up the top few sheets. His gaze swept over the items above, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression changed accordingly. He did not speak, directly extending his mental force, covering all the hundreds of sheets of paper. With his mental force as a peak quasi-god, he finished browsing all the contents in just a moment. A moment later, Ming's face had turned pale. Chapter 4, The Astronomical Bill. His hands were trembling slightly, and the several sheets of paper rattled in his grip. The expenses of Yali over these 30 years were already comparable to the entire expenditure of Shrek Academy for 200 years. One must know that even Shrek Academy itself could only continue to operate by relying on the Federation's fixed annual funding and resource support. After all, the people of Shrek had always been arrogant. They never deigned to engage in those commercial matters. Therefore, the Academy's sources of income were extremely limited. On those hundreds of pages, various expenditures for heaven and earth treasure were densely recorded. 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum, 10,000-year snow lotus. Each item was a priceless treasure. And what shocked Ming the most was that annual propaganda appropriation of up to billions of Federation coins, specifically used to promote the deeds of Yali throughout the Federation to collect power of faith for her. This money, year after year, accumulated into an astronomical figure. Ming subconsciously felt a bit jealous of Yali. With so many resources poured into him, he could have become a peak quasi-god a full 15 years earlier. But Yali had consumed so many resources, yet had only barely reached the level of a limit Douluo. However, this was also normal. After all, Yali was a healing-type soul master, and Cultivate was inherently slow. At the same time, Yali's prayer angel spirit also required power of faith, which caused Yali's Cultivate to be even slower. A moment later, Yunming's complexion returned to normal. He placed the papers in his hand back onto the stack, straightened up, a look of disdain appearing on his face, and said coldly, "Is Chen Yu only capable of this? Yali used a little of his resources, and he is already so impatient to take them back. Does he even deserve to like Yali like this?" His voice was full of disdain, as if what was recorded on those hundreds of pages was just an insignificant number. To this, Secretary Pan Wen's expression did not change, still maintaining that calm look, and he said neither humble nor arrogant. "Since Pavilion Master Yun thinks this is just a little bit of resources, then please repay it on behalf of Holy Spirit Douluo." Yunming subconsciously took half a step back. But he quickly realized his lapse in composure, gritted his teeth, stepped forward half a step again, puffed out his chest, and said, "You go back and tell Chen Yu. He occupied the status of Yali's fiancé for 30 years, these resources are his compensation. Do not let Yali regret having been his fiancé." Hearing this, a strange expression appeared on Secretary Pan Wen's face. He looked at Yunming, that gaze was like looking at a fool, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly into a mocking arc. "Yunming, the speaker said that his things are meant to be spent on his future wife. But since Holy Spirit Douluo has chosen you now, and you are together with Holy Spirit Douluo, this..." Secretary Pan Wen did not finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. Yunming's face was uncertain, and he still dared not nod. If he nodded, Shrek would be eating wild vegetables for the next 200 years. At that time, which genius would still be willing to come to Shrek? To eat wild vegetables together? Just thinking about it, he knew it was impossible. As the Sea God Pavilion Master, with the future of the entire Shrek Academy on his shoulders, he calculated this account more clearly than anyone else. But just at this moment, Yali raised her head, teary-eyed, looking at Yunming, her eyes full of dependence and trust, and said softly, "Brother Ming." Her voice was very, very soft, yet it pierced into Yunming's heart like a needle. In an instant, a surge of hot blood rushed to Yunming's head. He looked at Yali's tear-stained face, looked at that touch of weakness and helplessness in her eyes, and the hesitation in his heart vanished in an instant. He waved his hand abruptly, his voice loud and resolute. "Fine. Isn't it just this little bit of money? This seat will repay it." Secretary Pan Wen also smiled, taking out a palm-sized silver metal box from his bosom. That was a military-grade spirit guidance storage device, with a huge internal space. He shook the box in his hand and said, "Then there's no better day than today, let's do it today. I just happen to have brought a military-grade spirit guidance storage device with me. It's enough to hold it." The color on Yunming's face instantly drained away. He thought of Shrek Academy's inventory. Those rare heaven and earth treasure, those foundations that the Academy had accumulated for hundreds of years, taking them out would probably not even be enough to cover half of this. His throat rolled slightly, he hurriedly shook his head, and forced himself to say calmly, "Wait for a period of time. This Pavilion Master needs to take inventory first." Seeing this, Secretary Pan Wen no longer insisted. He took back the stack of papers and the silver box, bowed slightly, with that polite smile still hanging on his face. "Then it shall be as Pavilion Master Yun wishes." However, the speaker said, within 1 week. No waiting after the deadline. After speaking, Secretary Pan Wen turned around, walked unhurriedly towards the luxury spirit guidance car, pulled open the door, and sat inside. The car started, drove away from the gates of Shrek, and soon disappeared at the end of the long tree-lined avenue, leaving behind only the tearless Yunming and the adoring Yali standing in place. Chen Yu stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the office. The night in Ming City had already descended, and the lights of 10,000 homes spread out under his feet, as brilliant as a galaxy. He stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze passing through the glass, looking towards the distant skyline, his expression indifferent and profound. Behind him, Secretary Pan Wen had already finished reporting the situation, recounting the whereabouts of those hundreds of lists and Yun Ming's reaction in detail. Chen Yu nodded slightly, his tone calm. Good, thank you for your hard work, Secretary Pan. Go get busy. Secretary Pan Wen nodded respectfully, yes. Immediately, Secretary Pan Wen turned around, stepped out of the office quietly, and closed the door. Only Chen Yu remained in the office. He was still standing in front of the window, his gaze profound, as if he could pierce through the night to see very far away. Over the years, he had been immersed in Cultivate. From an orphan in the slums to the federal speaker, from a nobody that no one cared about to one of the only three peak quasi-gods on the Douluo Continent, he had walked this road for too long. But no one knew that his cultivation had long since stepped into the realm of divinity. It was just that he did not like to show off, so the world still thought he was only a peak quasi-god. As for Yali, it was useless to say how much he loved her. It was just that. After all, she was one of his own, so he would help her out. They were the only two people who had walked out of the dilapidated slums together. If he didn't help her, who would? He cultivated desperately, climbed desperately, gave her the best resources, and took on all the responsibilities for her, just because she was his person. But he didn't expect. Yali had lived the good life for too long. Now her brain was not clear. This was something he hadn't expected. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Do not look at Shrek having the title of the #1 academy on the continent for 20,000 years. An academy is ultimately just an academy. The resources of a mere academy. How could it compare to the entire Federation? Even in the original work. When the Federation truly made up its mind, 2 level 12 fixed spirit guidance shells falling down would still send the entire Shrek Academy to the sky. Chapter 5 The convening of the Sea God Pavilion meeting, everyone is poor. And now, Yun Ming wants to stand up for Yali, and take on that astronomical debt, so let him take it on. It is comparable to Shrek's 200 years of savings. He does not believe Yun Ming can come up with it. Of course, even if he really can come up with it, Shrek will still be severely weakened. Immediately, Chen Yu's gaze turned to the south. Perfect. The beginning of the original timeline is almost here. The grand drama is about to unfold. Various forces should be making their entrance. Only this time, it is hard to say who the winner will be. A trace of coldness flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. And now, since Shrek has shown its head first, then let's deal with Shrek first. He turned around, walked to his desk, sat down, and picked up the spirit device communicator on the table. The other end connected quickly. Chen Yu's voice was steady and concise. Help me contact Spirit Pagoda's Pagoda Master Chenggu, as well as the Central Legion's Commander Yu. A respectful voice came from the other end of the communicator. Yes. Chen Yu put down the communicator, leaned back in his chair, and tapped his fingertips lightly on the armrest. Outside the window, the lights of Ming City burned all night, and the light in his eyes was deeper than those thousands of lights. Meanwhile, the Sea God Pavilion meeting was convened. Inside the Sea God Pavilion, the golden ancient tree emitted a faint fragrance, and the elders of Shrek Academy sat in order on both sides of the long table. They were either white-haired old men or calm and composed middle-aged individuals. And every existence here was a heavyweight figure in the Spirit Master's world. Yun Ming sat in the main seat, his expression not looking very good. He recounted the matter of Chen Yu demanding repayment for Yali's 30 years of resource expenditures, telling it exactly as it happened. As his voice fell, all the elders wore grave expressions. Joshi sat on Yun Ming's right side, his brows furrowed, and he finally couldn't help but speak. Pavilion Master, why did you nod in agreement? This is the accumulation of the Academy for a full 200 years. How can you just give it away like that? There was clear confusion in his voice. At this moment, Yun Ming's expression was also not good. He said in a deep voice. This Pavilion Master also didn't expect that guy Chen Yu to be so petty, unable to stand seeing this Pavilion Master and Yali in love. His tone carried resentment, as if he felt that he was the one who was wronged. Joshi sighed helplessly and shook his head. But Pavilion Master, so many resources, we can't even come up with it within a week. His voice was low, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Ming certainly knew this problem too. As the current dean of Shrek Academy, he knew the Academy's resource reserves better than anyone. Those heaven and earth treasures, rare metals, all added together, were far from being even half of that bill. But with his self-esteem and pride, since he had already nodded, he could not possibly break his promise. He looked around, watching all the elders, and said cautiously, "Then, can everyone chip in?" Instantly, the expressions of all the elders froze on their faces. They widened their eyes, looking at Ming in disbelief, as if they had heard something absurd. What did he mean by everyone chip in? Even a landlord's family has no surplus grain. Every elder had their own family, their own disciple, and their own cultivate needs. And those resources were their lifeblood accumulated over many years. If they really chipped in, what would they use to cultivate in the future? Being stared at directly by everyone, Ming felt an inexplicable sense of shame in his heart. But thinking of that astronomical bill, he gritted his teeth and said, acting with a break the pot mentality, "Anyway, this Pavilion Master has already nodded. If it's not paid off, then the face of the entire Shrek Academy will be lost. Elders, you wouldn't want the Academy's 20,000 years of glory to just disappear like that, would you?" Once these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. On both sides of the long table, the elders looked at each other, some hung their heads in silence, others closed their eyes and sighed. Ming's words really caught them off guard. But the problem was that money, they didn't want to pay. Cultivate requires resources. Being empty-handed will only lead to starvation. But the Pavilion Master had already pushed the conversation to this point, and the weight of the Academy's 20,000 years of glory was pressing down. Who could really remain indifferent? Inside the Sea God Pavilion, a long silence fell. The next day, outside Chen Yu's office, the voice of Secretary Pan Wen sounded from outside the door. "Speaker, people from the Spirit Pagoda are here." At this moment, Secretary Pan Wen's tone was somewhat strange, also carrying a hint of excitement, as if preparing to watch a good show. Chen Yu sat behind his desk, hearing this sentence, and was slightly stunned. Secretary Pan Wen didn't say, "Pagoda Master Chenggu is here," but, "People from the Spirit Pagoda are here." The difference in this was quite large. Chenggu Dongfeng coming is one thing. But if others from the Spirit Pagoda came, that is another matter entirely. But Chen Yu hadn't had time to ask in detail. The next second, the door was opened. A fragrant breeze blew in. Immediately, an excited voice rang out. "Brother Yu." The next second, a soft, fragrant body entered his embrace. A fiery red figure instantly lunged into Chen Yu's arms. It was none other than Leng Yulai. She wrapped her hands around Chen Yu's neck, hanging onto him, her face full of joy. At the door stood her older sister, Leng Yaoju, also in red, but with a cold and aloof temperament. At this moment, she was watching this scene with a smile. Chen Yu felt a headache looking at these two sisters. He really couldn't understand why the two sisters, Leng Yaoju and Leng Yulai, didn't fall in love with Ming as they did in the original story, and wouldn't die for Ming. Instead, they were both pestering him. But he was single-mindedly pursuing the Tao. Therefore, he refused them on the grounds that he already had a fiancé. Although, now that Yali had gone crazy and broken off the engagement, he had one less burden. But seeing Leng Yaoju and Leng Yulai like this, Chen Yu also felt that in the future, it seemed he wouldn't be able to have peace. Subsequently, Chen Yu sighed inwardly and reached out to gently push Leng Yulai, who was in his arms, away. Leng Yulai puffed up her cheeks, her large eyes staring at him with dissatisfaction, and she coquettishly said, "Brother Yu, what are you doing?" The current Leng Yulai had not experienced unrequited love, and therefore had not fallen into the Holy Spirit cult to become an evil soul masters, and her spirit had not turned into a dark phoenix. Instead, it was the heavenly phoenix spirit, the same as Leng Yaoju's. At this moment, golden flames faintly circulated around her body, making her look extremely bright and moving. Chen Yu was serious, and said with a straight face, "Men and women should keep their distance. Yulai, if you do this every time you come over, it creates a bad impression." Leng Yulai was unconvinced, lunged up to hug Chen Yu again, pressed her face against his chest, and said without lifting her head. How is it a bad impression? You are unmarried, and I am unmarried. If they see us, what can they say? I think they are just jealous. Chen Yu was speechless. He opened his mouth, and couldn't find any words to refute her. Chapter 6, Cancel all federal resource support for Shrek. Therefore, he could only turn his gaze toward Leng Yaoju at the door, his eyes filled with a pleading expression, hoping that this typically dignified and steady sister could help him out of this predicament. Seeing this, Leng Yaoju also smiled slightly. She walked into the office, came before Chen Yu, and stood still beside Leng Yulai. Then, she also reached out, gently embraced Chen Yu, leaned her head on his shoulder, and said softly, Brother Yu, I have waited for such a long time. Finally, I have waited for this day. At this moment, Chen Yu felt a bit panicked. Good grief. Where did that lady like Leng Yaoju from before go? Why is she being so straightforward now? He couldn't quite handle it. Of course, what he didn't know was how jealous Leng Yaoju and Leng Yulai felt seeing Yali occupy the position of Chen Yu's fiancé for a full 30 years. For 30 years, they could only watch helplessly as Yali enjoyed everything of Chen Yu, while they had to mind their manners even just to get close. Now that they heard Yali had foolishly given up the status of Chen Yu's fiancé, they were naturally extremely excited. Then, they immediately rushed over, wanting to seize the opportunity to win over Chen Yu. After all, the people who liked Chen Yu are not exactly few in number. If one comes late, then there would really be no chance left. Therefore, even the once very ladylike Leng Yaoju couldn't suppress the feelings in her heart and embraced Chen Yu. After a long while, a puzzled voice sounded from outside. Strange, where are Yaoju and Yulai? Didn't the two of them say they were going to come over with me to discuss matters? Where did they go? Footsteps approached from afar. Then, Spirit Pagoda Master Chenggu Dongfeng arrived at the door, looked up inside, and was instantly stunned. The goddess in his heart, Leng Yaoju, had actually taken the initiative to embrace Chen Yu. Chenggu. Dongfeng leaned against the threshold, his mouth agape, his eyes wide, and his whole person seemed frozen in place. He felt a deep sense of despair welling up from the bottom of his heart. Originally, he thought that Chen Yu had Yali. Maybe he could still wait for Leng Yaoju to turn back. Chen Yu had a fiancé, surely Leng Yaoju wouldn't go and ruin someone else's relationship. But now, thinking of this, Chenggu Dongfeng felt absolutely miserable inside. His face turned ashen, and even his shoulders slumped a bit. At this moment, Leng Yaoju heard Chenggu Dongfeng's voice, 2 clouds of red appeared on her face, she slowly released the embrace, stood aside, and straightened her clothes. This was the first time she had done such a crazy thing, her heart was pounding, and her body felt slightly warm. When Leng Yulai heard Chenggu Dongfeng's voice, she still did not let go. Her personality was naturally much bolder than Leng Yaoju's. Now that she finally had a chance to get Chen Yu, she would not let go. She still held Chen Yu's arm tightly, leaning her whole body against him. Seeing this, Chen Yu could only say helplessly, Yulai, Spirit Pagoda Master Chenggu and I have matters to discuss. Leng Yulai tilted her head, looked at him with an innocent face, and asked confusedly. Then you two go ahead and talk. Chen Yu sighed helplessly. It's not convenient to talk while you are holding me. Seeing this, Leng Yulai could only reluctantly release her embrace, stand to the side, cross her arms over her chest, lift her chin slightly, and look at Chenggu Dongfeng at the door with a pair of phoenix eyes filled with dissatisfaction, speaking bluntly. Speak quickly if you have something to say. Don't disturb me and brother Yu from catching up. Chenggu Dongfeng almost wanted to kneel down to this young lady. He hurriedly squeezed out a smile, nodding and bowing. Yes, I understand. Immediately, Chenggu Dongfeng sat down, and his expression became serious. He folded his hands on his knees, sat up straight, looked at Chen Yu, and said in a deep voice. Speaker, you asked me to come over. Is there an important matter to discuss? Chen Yu's gaze became deep. He slowly stood up from behind his desk, walked around the corner of the table, and sat on the sofa. He didn't rush to speak, but first glanced at Leng Yulai and Leng Yaoju standing to the side. Although Leng Yulai was full of reluctance, she knew the importance of the situation, followed her sister to sit on the sofa to the side, and quieted down. Chen Yu withdrew his gaze, looked at Chenggu Dongfang, and said, Shrek Academy has been the #1 academy on the continent for 20,000 years. It has always claimed to maintain peace on the continent. Yet it has never been able to eliminate a small Holy Spirit cult, causing the Federation to be frequently harassed by the Holy Spirit cult. This speaker believes that since Shrek Academy cannot solve the problem of the Holy Spirit cult, isn't the resource allocation provided by the Federation every year just a waste? Therefore, I intend to stop this resource allocation. His tone was flat, as if he were talking about the most ordinary thing. But every word that fell was like a giant rock crashing into a calm lake. Once these words were spoken, Chenggu Dongfang's expression changed. His pupils contracted instantly, his fingers tightened subconsciously, and then relaxed. On the surface, it seemed that Chen Yu felt Shrek Academy was taking money without doing the work. But in reality, this is a challenge issued to Shrek. Once this proposal passes, the Federation will surely be stirred up again. Chenggu Dongfang was silent for a moment, countless thoughts racing through his mind. However, he did not refuse. After all, decades ago, that Grand Elder of Shrek Academy, Light and Dark Douluo Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, broke into the Spirit Pagoda and slapped his father, who was the previous Spirit Pagoda Master. That slap caused the Chenggu family to stand completely on the opposite side of Shrek. If it hadn't been for the previous Sea God Pavilion Master, Heaven's favored Douluo, apologizing for this, and other forces stepping up for Shrek, at that time, the Spirit Pagoda would have already started fighting with Shrek Academy. But even though it was suppressed back then, the Chenggu family would still never forget that humiliation. Therefore, a smile appeared on Chenggu Dongfeng's face. That smile was just right, neither overly warm nor appearing cold. He bowed slightly and said, What the speaker says is right. I also believe that the inspection team of Shrek Academy lacks capability and should not continue to occupy so much of the Federation's resource support. To show our sincerity, the Spirit Pagoda is willing to take the lead in cleaning up the Holy Spirit cult. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's gaze towards Chenggu Dongfeng became inexplicable, carrying a hint of playfulness. Interesting. Knowing the original story, he knew that the Chenggu family and the Holy Spirit cult were colluding. Now they could actually say such things. As expected of the head of a major force. This skin is truly thick. However, Chen Yu did not expose him. He nodded, his expression as usual, and said politely, Since that is the case, then I will trouble Spirit Pagoda Master Chenggu. Chenggu Dongfeng hurriedly waved his hand. Speaker, you are too polite. This is a matter within the Spirit Pagoda's duty. The two looked at each other, each harboring their own thoughts, yet both wearing smiles. Several days later, the parliament convened. In the largest meeting hall of the Ming City Parliament building, every seat was occupied. All 365 members were present, some whispering to each other, others flipping through the files in their hands, and a heavy atmosphere permeated the entire hall. Chapter 7, Proposal Passed, Federation Shaken. One must know that the number of times the speaker has summoned all assembly members can be counted on one hand, but every single time, it has been a major event concerning the fate of the Federation. At this moment, Chen Yu stood on the podium, with the flag of the Federation behind him. He was dressed in formal attire, with the speaker's badge pinned to his chest, his expression solemn. The eyes of all the assembly members below were focused on him. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, he spoke directly, his voice easily carrying throughout the entire hall. Shrek Academy prides itself as the #1 academy on the continent, claiming to maintain peace on the continent, and receives huge amounts of resource support from the Federation every year. However, the Holy Spirit cult has existed for over 10,000 years and has yet to be eradicated. The Federation is repeatedly harassed, and the public suffers unspeakably. This speaker believes that since Shrek Academy cannot solve the problem of the Holy Spirit cult, the Federation has no reason to continue wasting taxpayers' money. Therefore, I announce that from this day forward, the Federation will no longer provide resource support to Shrek Academy. As soon as these words were spoken, the parliament was shaken. The entire assembly hall was like a pot that had just boiled over. A crowd of assembly members stood up one after another, some showed shock, some slammed the table in opposition, and some loudly questioned him. Various voices intertwined, so noisy that it almost blew the roof off. Speaker: how can the 20,000-year foundation of Shrek Academy be stopped just like that? This is against the rules. There must be a re-vote. The Shrek inspection team has rendered meritorious service to the Federation, they cannot be treated this way. Some opposed, some refused. The assembly members who supported Shrek were emotionally agitated, almost rushing to the front of the podium. But Chen Yu just stood on the stage, his expression unchanged, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall, without any wavering. Finally, the proposal was forcibly passed under Chen Yu's tough stance. He utilized the speaker's veto power and an emergency executive order to suppress all opposing voices. Among the 365 assembly members, some left in anger, some remained silent, and some nodded secretly. After the meeting, the Federation was shaken. The news seemed to have grown wings and spread throughout the entire continent in just half a day. Major cities and major forces were all discussing this matter. Shrek Academy, that spirit master sanctuary that had stood for 20,000 years, had actually been cut off from resource support by the Federation. What did this mean? Everyone knew it clearly in their hearts. At the same time, Shrek Academy was also shaken. The Sea God Pavilion was urgently summoned again. The veteran elders sat around the long table, their faces uglier than the next. On this side, Joshi read out the message sent from the Federation Parliament. With every word he read, the air grew heavier. After finishing, Joshi slammed the file onto the table heavily and said angrily, "Chen Yu is pointing at our Shrek Academy's nose and cursing, saying that we can't even solve the problem of the Holy Spirit cult, just a bunch of trash." Immediately, the crowd of veteran elders was furious. Some slammed the table and stood up, some glared with wide eyes, and some had their spirit power surging around them, making the tables and chairs hum. Too bullying. My Shrek's 20,000 years of glory, how can we allow a mere junior to humiliate us like this? We must teach him a lesson. Ming sat in the main seat, his face as gloomy as water. His hands pressed on the armrests, his knuckles cracking, but he did not say a word. And as the Grand Elder of Shrek Academy, Supreme Elder Long Yu also stood up. She had a head of silver hair, a dignified face, and her voice was loud and powerful. Ming, what are you afraid of? We are Shrek, 10,000-year Shrek. In these 20,000 years, we have countless allies. Our foundation in the Federation is unfathomable. Does he, a mere speaker without any background, deserve to provoke us? Her voice echoed in the Sea God Pavilion, every word resounding with strength. Hearing this, the veteran elders' heavy and desperate expressions loosened slightly, and their eyes reignited with light. But Ming was not as optimistic as Supreme Elder Long Yu. He sat in the main seat, his face still gloomy. 10 years ago, when he promoted to the quasi-god realm, he had once fought Chen Yu, who was also in the quasi-god realm at the time. That battle, he still remembers it vividly to this day. And Chen Yu, whose spirit was his own physical body, had terrifying strength. He didn't even use battle armor. And he defeated him. And the reason why Chen Yu didn't use battle armor was that Chen Yu's physical body was already harder than forward battle armor. It was simply impervious to all laws, immune to blades and swords. This kind of humanoid monster. How is he supposed to fight that? Even though he is now a peak quasi-god. But Chen Yu is also a peak quasi-god. The same realm, yet he couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. This kind of gap, it cannot be made up for by connections and allies. Ming fell into silence, and the Sea God Pavilion became quiet. However, when he thought of Chen Yu's repeated provocations, first demanding that astronomical amount of resources, then publicly criticizing Shrek for being incompetent, and now even directly cutting off the Federation's resource support. A hint of ruthlessness also surfaced in his eyes. He is Shrek's Sea God Pavilion Master, the sky-supporting Douluo, and one of the only 3 peak quasi-gods on the Douluo Continent. He cannot retreat. If he retreats, Shrek Academy, that 20,000 years of glory would be disgraced in his hands. So Yunming hardened his heart, raised his head, his gaze sweeping over every veteran elder present, and said in a deep voice. Since that is the case, use all of our connections. Let Chen Yu know what Shrek is. What 10,000-year glory is. The veteran elders showed joy, stood up together, and bowed their heads respectfully. Yes, soon. Waves of rebukes headed toward the parliament building. Calls from major families and major sects poured into the parliament building one after another, the rhetoric becoming more intense, and the attitudes becoming tougher. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Clear Sky Sect. Those forces that had intricate connections with Shrek Academy spoke out almost at the same time, demanding that the parliament withdraw the decision. At the same time, on various Spirit Guidance Network platforms, various so-called experts all appeared. Whether they were middle-aged men in suits or old scholars with white hair, they all launched a crusade against the parliament in the name of being neutral, rational, and bystanders, all while claiming it was for the good of the public. Some said the speaker was arbitrary and dictatorial, some said Shrek Academy's merits would last for ages, and some said that stopping support was irresponsible to the future of the continent. For a time, public opinion was overwhelming, almost one-sidedly standing on Shrek's side. And the parliament was also struggling greatly in the face of this terrifying pressure. Many assembly members began to waver, and some even contacted Shrek privately, expressing that they had been forced to agree at the time. On the square outside the parliament building, small-scale protest crowds even appeared, holding signs and shouting slogans. At the same time, top floor of the parliament building, speakers. Office. Speaker. Chapter 8, is it Shrek's Federation, or the People's Federation? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and a host of other families, as well as the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and other sects, have all called. At this moment, Secretary Pan Wen stood before the desk, his expression very poor, with fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. He looked at Chen Yu cautiously, his voice growing lower as he spoke. Yet Chen Yu remained calm, sitting in his chair, holding a cup of tea in his hand, slowly blowing away the foam, and said indifferently. Speak. Secretary Pan Wen took a deep breath and bit the bullet, saying. They demand that you withdraw this proposal and apologize to Shrek in front of all the citizens of the Federation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu did not get angry, but smiled slightly. The smile was very shallow, very faint, yet it instantly caused a layer of cold sweat to break out on Secretary Pan Wen's back. He had been by Chen Yu's side for many years and knew all too well what this smile meant. Chen Yu gently placed the teacup on the table, tapping his fingers on the surface, producing a crisp sound. He spoke slowly. Interesting. This bunch of parasites and bloodsuckers, instead of hiding quietly in their corners and lowering their presence. Now, they actually dare to jump out one by one. It seems that this speaker has been too easygoing. His tone remained indifferent, but every word was like a cold blade. Secretary Pan Wen was instantly covered in sweat. You must know, back when the speaker was still in the military, he used his fists to forcefully subdue the 8 great legions of the Federation. Even now, the 8 great legions still obey the speaker's orders. Now, it seems someone dares to come up and seek death. Secretary Pan Wen dared not respond, standing to the side with his hands hanging down. Immediately, Chen Yu said indifferently. Let General Yu Guanji come up. Secretary Pan Wen lowered his head. Respectfully. Yes. A few days ago, General Yu Guanji had already arrived in Ming City, but Chen Yu had not yet summoned him. Yet General Yu Guanji, a dignified 99-level limit Douluo, commander of the Central Legion, and a general with 3 stars, showed not the slightest dissatisfaction, continuing to obediently await Chen Yu's summons. This kind of patience and attitude was, in itself, a statement. Soon, footsteps sounded outside the door. The door was pushed open, and a tall figure walked in. General Yu Guanji was burly and broad-shouldered, with a resolute face, and his straight military uniform shone with general stars. He strode before Chen Yu, stood at attention, his back straight, and lowered his head respectfully. Speaker. His military rank bore 3 stars, already a general rank, but upon seeing Chen Yu, he remained respectful, without any trace of arrogance. Chen Yu picked up a file from the table and tossed it over. General Yu Guanji reached out to catch it and quickly opened it to browse. His gaze swept over the pages of content, his expression changing abruptly, and he suddenly looked up at Chen Yu, his voice filled with obvious shock. "Speaker, this." Yet Chen Yu smiled indifferently, his gaze calm and profound. He spoke leisurely. "Old Yu, look. Nowadays, I really don't know if this federation is Shrek's federation, or the People's Federation." Upon hearing this, General Yu Guanji's expression changed abruptly. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly knelt on one knee, the sound of his military boots striking the floor dull and powerful. He lowered his head, his voice loud and resolute. "I am willing to follow the speaker's orders." Chen Yu nodded slightly, a flash of cold light flickering in his eyes. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back, overlooking the myriad lights of Ming City, his voice not loud, yet carrying unquestionable majesty. "Since they want to stand up for Shrek, then this speaker will let them know what it means for the gun to target the bird that sticks its head out. Pass on my order, mobilize the Central Legion to surround the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If there is any resistance, kill them on the spot." "Understood." General Yu Guanji stood up, clicked his military boots together, turned, and strode away. Thus, amidst countless gazes, the Central Legion set out. On the streets of Ming City, rows of military spirit-guided armored vehicles filed out, the roar of their engines low and powerful. In the sky, dozens of military spirit-guided aircraft flew in formation, their warning lights flickering in the night. The fully armed soldiers looked solemn, their spirit power fluctuations uniform, and that aura of slaughter caused pedestrians on the street to dodge one after another, not daring to look directly. At the same time, the other major legions of the Federation also received orders, setting off in different directions. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Clear Sky Sect, and other families and sects that had jumped out to speak for Shrek all felt the cold pressure coming from the Federation. All the factions were in disbelief. In the face of their pressure, Chen Yu actually dared to fight back. They had originally thought that the joint pressure of hundreds of families and dozens of sects would be enough to make this speaker without a background obediently bow his head. After all, even the federal speaker would not dare to offend the ancient powers of the entire continent at the same time. Yet Chen Yu not only did not bow his head, but instead directly sent troops to surround the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. That was a spirit family with a legacy spanning over 10,000 years. It was one of the oldest powers on the continent. They became even more furious. For a time, public opinion boiled over, and public grievances were directly stirred up. On major spirit-guided network platforms, the voices denouncing Chen Yu rose wave after wave. Some accused the speaker of abusing his power, some denounced the federal army for becoming a personal tool, and others even portrayed Chen Yu as a dictator and a tyrant. And those so-called experts added fuel to the fire, constantly escalating the situation. Under such circumstances, the Central Legion surrounded the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's estate was located in an ancient city hundreds of kilometers away from Ming City, occupying a vast area with a magnificent aura. Towering walls, ancient gate towers, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon statues coiled on the eaves, everything displayed the deep foundation and glory of this ancient family. But when the Central Legion's troops arrived, everything changed. Thousands of soldiers surrounded the entire estate so tightly that not even water could trickle through. Spirit-guided artillery batteries were set up on high ground, titled Douluo-level powerhouses guarded all four sides, and red mechas circled in the sky on alert. That cold killing intent made the spirit beasts kept inside the estate roar anxiously. But the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was not panicked. They had a legacy of 10,000 years, what kind of storms had they not seen? A mere Central Legion was not enough to make them lose their footing. Not even a single elder came out to greet them or negotiate. Because, in their view, Chen Yu sending troops to surround the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was in itself an act of overestimating his own capabilities. They only needed to wait for public opinion to ferment, wait for other factions to exert pressure, and wait for Chen Yu to be unable to hold on himself. After a while, the main gate finally opened. But it was not an elder who walked out, but a collateral disciple. He wore the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's unique blue attire, with the family's lightning emblem embroidered on his chest, his face bearing the arrogance customary to young masters of noble families. Chapter 9, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu arrives, arrogant and domineering. He walked up to General Yu Guanji, hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, looking down condescendingly at the Central Legion commander dressed in general's uniform. General Yu Guanji, you are, after all, a member of the Yu family. Why are you hanging around with that bumpkin Chen Yu? Aren't you afraid of losing your status? His tone was flippant and caustic. His eyes were full of disdain, as if the person standing before him was not a general commanding thousands, but a servant to be mocked at will. General Yu Guanji ignored him. He didn't even spare a glance at this branch disciple. A disciple of this level did not deserve his response. He simply stood there, his gaze calm as he looked at the mansion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, expressionless. Immediately, 2 officers with cultivation levels as high as 7 ring spirit saints stepped out from behind General Yu Guanji. Their steps were steady, their aura overbearing, as they came to the left and right of the branch disciple. Before the disciple could react, 2 large hands had already clamped onto his shoulders. Blue lightning erupted from the disciple's body. But the next instant, it was directly suppressed by a more powerful spirit power. The 2 spirit saint officers showed no mercy, directly twisting the branch disciple's arms behind his back and dragging him away from the scene under escort. The disciple struggled and cursed, his voice growing fainter until he was finally shoved into a military spirit guide vehicle and taken away for detention. In an instant, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was furious. Deep within the mansion, several powerful spirit power fluctuations shot into the sky. These were the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan sensing the disturbance outside, releasing their own aura to show warning and anger. The group of elders strode out of the main hall, some with hair and beards bristling, others with lightning flashing in their eyes, all of them looking livid. They stood under the gatehouse, confronting the Central Legion army across the gate, their angry rebukes rising one after another. General Yu Guanji, you have betrayed your noble family and are acting as an accomplice to evil. Chen Yu is nothing but a bumpkin, ignorant of rank and status, yet he dares to lay a hand on our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Your Yu family has been a prestigious clan for generations, how could it produce such a degenerate who forgets his roots? The fierce rebukes passed through the gate and were clearly heard outside. But General Yu Guanji remained expressionless, and the soldiers did not move a muscle. Immediately after, the current clan chief of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Patriarch Yu Yuanshao, walked out. He was tall, with blue hair draped over his shoulders, a dignified face, and lightning faintly swirling around his body. He stood among the elders, his face gloomy, but he did not curse in a loss of composure like the other elders. He simply raised his hand to stop the clamor of the crowd, then spoke calmly. I have already contacted Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy will have Supreme Elder Long Yeyu come over to help us seek justice. Upon hearing this, the elders showed joy on their faces. One must know that Supreme Elder Long Yeyu was also a member of their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and even their elder. She was the Light and Dark Douluo. She was the Grand Elder of Shrek Academy. She was one of the most powerful limit Douluo on the continent. With her stepping forward, no matter how arrogant Chen Yu and General Yu Guanji were, they would have to weigh the consequences. In an instant, the previous anger and anxiety were swept away, replaced by a sense of full confidence. The elders stood straighter, and the expressions on their faces changed from fury to arrogance. They seemed to have already seen Chen Yu and General Yu Guanji bowing their heads in apology, and seen the image of the Central Legion retreating in defeat. Patriarch Yu Yuanshao did not speak again and turned back into the mansion. The elders behind him also dispersed one after another, leaving only a few guards standing in the gatehouse, confronting the Central Legion outside across the gate. The vermilion gate of the mansion slowly closed, emitting a dull sound. That composed demeanor was as if the thousands of troops outside were nothing but paper tigers. General Yu Guanji sighed lightly, looking at the slowly closing gate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan with a face full of pity. Frogs in a well, ignorant of the vastness of the world. He stood at the very front of the army, his military uniform crisp and straight. As a member of a noble family, he knew too well the arrogance and short-sightedness ingrained in the bones of these ancient families. They thought they had 10,000 years of heritage. They thought they had the backing of that light and dark Douluo, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu. They thought the pressure of public opinion was enough to make the speaker bow his head. But they forgot what kind of methods the speaker used back then in the army to subdue the 8 great legions. He was not a person who would be held hostage by social niceties. He was a truly iron-blooded figure. Today, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was destined to face this catastrophic disaster. However, General Yu Guanji did not order his soldiers to attack. He simply raised his hand, making a stop gesture, and the army behind him remained motionless where they stood. He waited quietly, waiting for Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's arrival. He believed that the speaker must also be waiting for that old hen to fly out of Shrek's nest. Time ticked away second by second. The setting sun sank, and twilight closed in. Soon, a light and dark intertwined radiance appeared on the horizon. It was a stream of light, half pitch black as ink, half brilliant as day, 2 distinct lights intertwined in a strange way, tearing through the twilight sky. The speed of that light was astonishing. The last moment it was still on the horizon. The next moment it was already approaching. In the blink of an eye, the figure of Supreme Elder Long Yeyu appeared above the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. She stood in the air, silver hair fluttering in the wind, her dark robe snapping loudly. Her aged face was full of dignity, and those cloudy yet piercing eyes looked down at the Central Legion below, carrying a condescending disdain. The spirit power of light and dark attributes circulated around her, and the released pressure of a limit Douluo enveloped the surroundings like a physical force, causing the ordinary soldiers of the Central Legion to involuntarily take half a step back. At this moment, she looked down at General Yu Guanji and the Central Legion with a haughty face, as if watching a group of insignificant ants. And the clan chief of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Patriarch Yu Yuanshao, and the elders also walked out of the mansion one after another. They quickly came to the space below Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, bowed in unison, and saluted respectfully, their voices loud and orderly. "We pay our respects to the clan elder." Supreme Elder Long Yeyu waved her hand, her movements casual and natural, as if this were the most common occurrence. Her gaze remained locked on General Yu Guanji, her aged voice not loud, yet it clearly spread throughout the entire area. "Since I have come, then I will not tolerate Chen Yu being so arrogant. After all, the sky of this federation is not for Chen Yu to decide." The elders also echoed her sentiments, chattering and accusing Chen Yu of not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Some said the speaker had no respect for his elders, some said the speaker broke the rules, and some said the speaker would sooner or later face retribution. The voices rose and fell. Everyone spoke with righteous indignation, as if Chen Yu had committed some heinous crime. Chapter 10. Suppressed and killed with a single spear, mere ants. At this moment, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu looked at General Yu Guanji and said in a calm tone, "Either you get lost, or let Chen Yu come out and see this old woman. You are not worthy to speak with this old woman." There was no room for negotiation in her eyes, as if she were giving General Yu Guanji one final choice. And that choice, in her view, was nothing more than the difference between saving her some effort or costing her some effort. General Yu Guanji's expression changed. He had not expected Supreme Elder Long Yeyu to show so little face. He was, after all, the commander of the Central Legion, a dignified rank 99 limit Douluo, and held the rank of general. Yet according to Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, he didn't even have the qualifications to speak to her. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He did not argue with her, but instead raised his head, looked toward the other end of the sky, and bowed deeply and respectfully. "I request the speaker to take action and suppress them." His voice was not loud, but every word resonated with power. The moment his words fell, a glimmer of light lit up the horizon. At first, the radiance was faint and shallow, like the first ray of dawn rising on the distant horizon. Then, it grew brighter and more intense. In an instant, it transformed into a blinding pillar of light, tearing through the twilight, illuminating the entire world as bright as day. Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's gaze narrowed slightly. She raised her head and looked at that light. On her aged face, that arrogant expression finally showed cracks. Her pupils contracted sharply, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to move, to dodge, to release her spirit, to activate her battle armor. But it was already too late for everything. Inside that light was a long spear. The spear body was entirely silver-white, emitting a faint golden halo. The light was not dazzling, but it carried a pressure that made one's soul tremble, as if it were divine punishment from the 9 heavens, or judgment from the 9 netherworlds. There were no superfluous carvings, no complex patterns, only the simplest and purest sharpness. And that sharpness was pointed directly at Supreme Elder Long Yeyu. The next second, the long spear tore through the sky. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. The silver-white spear radiance was like a meteor, trailing a long tail of light, piercing through the void realm at a speed that defied common sense. The defense interwoven with light and darkness was as good as non-existent before that sharpness, failing to form even a moment of obstruction. The battle armor on Supreme Elder Long Yeyu activated automatically, the brilliance of the 4-word battle armor illuminating half the sky. But before the silver-white spear radiance, that brilliance was like a firefly compared to the bright moon, and it was instantly overwhelmed. The long spear pierced directly through Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's chest. Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's body froze. She lowered her head, looking at the bowl-sized hole in her chest, her aged face filled with disbelief. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but no sound came out. And the remaining momentum of the long spear carried Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's corpse, continuing to shoot forward. Boom! A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering loud noise. Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's corpse was like a meteorite, pinned by the long spear deep into the residence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. A massive shockwave spread in all directions, the ground trembled violently, and countless buildings collapsed and shattered in that instant. Debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the sky. Those ancient halls, those exquisitely carved pavilions, those Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon statues coiled on the eaves. At this moment, they were as fragile as paper before this terrifying power. Smoke and dust rolled, rising into the sky. The entire scene was silent. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan or the soldiers of the Central Legion, everyone stood there blankly, as if they had been hit by a freezing spell. The deafening roar still echoed in their ears. The dust filling the sky was still surging before their eyes. But everyone's mind was blank. Chen Yu hadn't even appeared. Just by a single long spear. It had actually directly suppressed and killed a limit Douluo right here. That was Supreme Elder Long Yeyu. The light and dark Douluo. A Grand Elder of Shrek Academy. A clan elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. A limit Douluo standing at the peak of the continent. Her life was full of legendary colors, she had experienced countless battles, faced countless powerful enemies, and no one had ever been able to make her retreat even half a step. And today, she hadn't even had time to strike, hadn't even had time to say a complete sentence. She had died just like that. Died under a long spear that flew in from who knows where. How is this possible? An elder muttered. His lips were trembling, and his face was as pale as paper. His gaze was fixed tightly on that ruin, staring at the silver-white long spear still stuck in the ruins, his face full of disbelief. And another elder even pointed at General Yu Guanji and rebuked him, his voice trembling with anger and a fear that went deep into the bone marrow. You are crazy. Everyone is crazy. General Yu Guanji, do you want to make an enemy of our noble families? Shrek will not let you off. The other elders also came back to their senses one after another. Some cursed, some wailed, and some turned to flee deep into the residence. For a moment, the scene was chaotic. General Yu Guanji was about to open his mouth to mock them. At this moment, a voice crossed a distance of tens of thousands of miles and resounded through the sky. The voice was low and calm, carrying an unquestionable majesty, as if it had fallen from the 9 heavens, or risen from the 9 netherworlds. But every word fell clearly into the ears of everyone present, carrying a power that made one's soul tremble. We await your futile revenge. All personnel of the Central Legion, clear out the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan inside and out for this speaker. Ensure that the guilty, not a single one can escape. It was Chen Yu's voice. General Yu Guanji immediately knelt on one knee, cupped his hands, and spoke with a voice like a booming bell. By the speaker's order, he stood up abruptly, turned around, and faced the Central Legion behind him. His gaze swept over every face. Those young faces were filled with excitement and awe. Then, he turned around again and looked at those elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a sinister smile. Brothers, did you hear what the speaker said? Give them a good cleaning, for me. The soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the surroundings. Yes. The voices of tens of thousands of people gathered together like a thunderclap, making the earth tremble. Patriarch Yu Yuanshao's face was livid. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his previous composed posture. He stepped forward abruptly, lightning erupting around his body, the phantom of a blue lightning tyrant dragon appearing behind him, and terrifying pressure spreading in all directions like a volcanic eruption. His eyes were wide with anger, his voice filled with disbelief and rage. How dare you? General Yu Guanji sneered without a word, his spirit appearing in his hand. It was a brush that was entirely pearly white. A faint halo flowed on the brush handle, and the tip of the brush emitted a faint, cold glint. Chapter 11, Loyalty. General Yu Guanji raised his brush. He painted characters in the void realm, the brush moving like a dragon and snake, completing it in one stroke. An ancient and rustic character, suppress, condensed in the air. Immediately, it descended to suppress Patriarch Yu Yuanshao. Patriarch Yu Yuanshao's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly activated his spirit to resist. But the moment they collided, Patriarch Yu Yuanshao's body stiffened abruptly, as if a great mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. His knees buckled, veins bulged on his forehead, and he was actually unable to move under the pressure of that, suppress, character. At the same time, the army behind General Yu Guanji began to move. 2 red mechas soared into the air from the ranks, their red paint standing out strikingly in the twilight. And behind them, hundreds of black mechas took to the sky. The roar of engines was deafening. The group of mechas instantly tore through the sky, flying toward the mansion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the spirit tool cannon barrels beneath their bodies flashing with a cold light. At the same time, Spirit Tool artillery pieces were unloaded from Spirit Tool transport vehicles by soldiers and quickly set up at commanding heights around the mansion. The cannon barrels slowly raised, aiming at various coordinates within the mansion. Each artillery piece was equipped with an observer holding a high-precision detection Spirit Tool, monitoring the fluctuations of spirit power within the mansion at all times. Once any resistance appeared at any coordinate, they would immediately fire a shot at it. The battle began. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had a deep foundation of 10,000 years and many powerful experts within the clan, they were still no match for the fully armed and well-equipped Central Legion. The spirit masters in the clan summoned their spirits one after another, and the lightning of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon flashed throughout the mansion. But the next moment, they were covered by the dense firepower of the Spirit Tool artillery. The mecha group shuttled through the air. Titled Douluo-level mecha pilots controlled the red mechas, engaging the Super Douluo elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan in an evenly matched battle. On the ground, the soldiers advanced in formation, the blue light from the volley of Spirit Tool rifles like rain of death, striking down the resisting clan guards in droves. The battle lasted for a full 5 hours. From dusk until late at night. The mansion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was thus reduced to ruins. Ancient halls collapsed. Exquisite pavilions were burned down. Those plaques and statues that had been passed down for 10,000 years were reduced to ashes in the flames of war. At this moment, fresh blood stained the bluestone roads red. The air was filled with the smell of burning and blood. And when the last gunshot rang out, everything was over. The people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan were all imprisoned. Clan Chief Patriarch Yu Yuanshao, all the elders, and all the direct descendants of the clan, regardless of age or gender, were all loaded onto military Spirit Tool transport vehicles. Their hands and feet were locked with special spirit sealing chains, and they were locked in iron cages like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At the same time, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's accumulation of a full 20,000 years also flowed into the Federation's pockets. Gold, jewelry, spirit tools, rare metals, heaven and earth treasure, spirit beast materials. Countless precious resources were transported out of the treasury of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's mansion. It took the soldiers 3 days and 3 nights to empty it. And the quartermaster in charge of inventory looked at the dense list, his hands trembling. Chen Yu upheld the motto, "If the big brother eats meat, the little brother also eats meat." He only took 70% for himself, and handed the remaining 30% to General Yu Guanji to distribute among the brothers of the Central Legion. After receiving these resources, General Yu Guanji immediately distributed half of them to the soldiers and officers who participated in the battle. That night, cheers rang out in the Central Legion's camp. Afterward, the news of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's destruction spread, and the entire Federation was shocked. Everyone was stunned into silence by this news. That was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. A spirit family that had been passed down for over 10,000 years, one of the oldest and most powerful forces on the continent. It had intricate connections with Shrek Academy, it had trained countless outstanding spirit masters, and its name was written into the history textbooks of the continent. And now, this family had disappeared from the continent overnight. The mansion was destroyed, the resources were confiscated, and the clansmen were imprisoned. A behemoth of 10,000 years had collapsed just like that. At this moment, the entire Federation was plunged into immense shock. The politicians were silent. Those families and sects that had previously jumped out to speak up for Shrek were now all silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to say another word. The public opinion on major spirit tool network platforms reversed instantly, and those so-called experts hurriedly deleted their posts and ran away, as if everything before had never happened. And everyone was thinking of the same question. How would Shrek Academy respond? Meanwhile, at the Sea God Pavilion. Inside the Sea God Pavilion, the lights were bright. A group of veteran elders sat on both sides of the long table. However, at this moment, in this hall that had witnessed countless major decisions of Shrek Academy over the past 20,000 years, an unprecedented sense of oppression and heaviness filled the air. Now, in the Sea God Pavilion, it was incomparably silent. That silence was not peace, but a deathly stillness. No one spoke, and even the sound of breathing was deliberately kept to a minimum. Everyone's faces were dazed, their eyes staring blankly at the tabletop or at some point in the void realm, as if they had not yet recovered from that shocking news. They did not expect that Chen Yu would actually dare to kill their Shrek Academy Grand Elder. This was no longer a matter of not giving face. This was a naked provocation. A provocation against the 20,000-year glory of Shrek Academy. A provocation against all the powerful experts of the Sea God Pavilion. Supreme Elder Long Yeyu was Shrek's Grand Elder, one of the few limit Douluo experts on the continent, and the existence with the highest seniority and oldest qualifications in the Sea God Pavilion. Her name itself was a deterrent. Her existence itself was one of the unshakable symbols of Shrek Academy. But she just died like that. But besides anger, fear had risen in their hearts. You must know, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu was a limit Douluo. Plus, as the owner of the twin spirits of the Light Sacred Dragon and the Dark Sacred Dragon, 2 top-tier spirits, her strength was equivalent to a demigod, and she could even fight against a quasi-god. Her Light Sacred Dragon and Dark Sacred Dragon were both spirits standing at the pinnacle of spirit masters. Possessing both, the terror of her combat power meant there were few opponents on the entire continent who could rival her. Yet such a top-tier expert was actually nailed to death by Chen Yu with a single spear. You must know, Chen Yu didn't even appear in person, and relied solely on a single spear to suppress and kill Supreme Elder Long Yeyu here. What kind of terrifying strength is this? That silver-white spear radiance that flew from tens of thousands of miles away. That spear that easily pierced through the forward battle armor and the defense of the twin sacred dragons, was still stuck in the ruins of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. It was like a thorn, deeply embedded in the heart of everyone present. Chapter 12, Chen Yu cannot possibly be a divinity. The silence lasted for a long time. Finally, an elder spoke slowly. He sat in the middle of the long table, his hair and beard white, his face covered in wrinkles. At this moment, his cloudy eyes were filled with an expression of disbelief. His voice was hoarse and trembling, as if every word exhausted all his strength. Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, just died like that, with one shot. Has Chen Yu's strength reached such a level? Another elder sat across from him, sturdy in build, with a square face and broad mouth. The look of shock in his eyes had not yet faded. But there was a hint of unwillingness and stubbornness on his face, and he gritted his teeth, saying hatefully, "Impossible. I remember the long spear he threw was a Class 9 spirit tool." He must have relied on the advantage of the spirit tool, and because Supreme Elder Long Yeyu underestimated Chen Yu, she was caught off guard and killed. His voice echoed in the silent sea god pavilion, resounding with impact. But after speaking, even he was not certain. His eyes flickered involuntarily. The elders looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Some nodded slightly, seemingly accepting this explanation. Others frowned, still full of doubt. Still others bowed their heads, not knowing what they were thinking. A Class 9 spirit tool was indeed powerful, but to kill a half-god powerhouse defending with all their might in one blow, this explanation was far too far-fetched. But other than that, what reason could they find to convince themselves? At this moment, Joshi turned his head and looked at Ming in the main seat. His gaze was concentrated and serious, and the expression on his face held no hint of a joke. He spoke in a deep voice, his tone carrying an unavoidable seriousness. "Pavilion Master, can you do it?" Ming sat in the main seat, silent all the while. At this moment, his face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, and he exuded an aura of exhaustion and tension. The death of Supreme Elder Long Yeyu was the greatest blow to him. She was one of Shrek's pillars of heaven. She was the elder he trusted most. And now, she was gone just like that. Gone so suddenly, so reluctantly. At this, Ming heard Joshi's question and slowly returned to his senses. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He shook his head, his voice low and hoarse. "Even if I erupted with all my strength, I would not be able to kill a half-god so easily." His answer was concise and clear, without unnecessary embellishment. But it was precisely this conciseness that made everyone present feel the weight behind those words. Although the divisions of Limit Douluo, half-god, and quasi-god seemed to have large differences, in reality, these were just different small realms within the Limit Douluo level. It was just that. The quasi-god realm had just begun to come into contact with the power of law. And the peak quasi-god had a certain level of comprehension of the power of law. But compared to a divinity, the gap was still very large. Even in the original story, Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu of the War God Temple sacrificed himself to exchange for a blow from a god, but that was only one blow, and it only killed a peak quasi-god. If the opponent were a god, that blow, being able to injure them would already be considered very powerful, let alone killing a god. Therefore, Ming also found it incredible. He stood at the position of peak quasi-god and knew better than anyone present where the boundaries of power were at this level. And the strength Chen Yu displayed had already exceeded his understanding of a peak quasi-god. And things he couldn't do, Chen Yu could actually do it. But he was a peak quasi-god. Then what about Chen Yu? He couldn't have become a god, could he? But that was impossible. Countless thoughts surged in Ming's heart, his brows knitted into a knot. With the will of the plane suppressing, a peak quasi-god was already the limit. Like him, although his mental force had transformed into the god origin realm, and he had even taken half a step into the realm of gods, he still had to seal his mental force. Otherwise, under the suppression of the plane's will, he would die soon. This was a fact that every powerhouse standing at the very top knew well. The rules of the Douluo plane did not allow the existence of gods. Therefore, there could be no gods in the Douluo plane. Thinking of this, Ming also comforted himself. So, Ming took a deep breath, pressed down the shock in his heart, and repeatedly told himself. That long spear, it was mostly because Chen Yu's materials were excellent, making it comparable to a Class 10 spirit tool. And Class 10 spirit tools. Nowadays, the entire Federation did not have many. If Chen Yu really possessed such a weapon, plus Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's underestimation, it was not entirely impossible to succeed in one blow. At this moment, everyone was also falling into panic. As elders of Shrek Academy, they were proud. That kind of pride flowed in their blood. It was carved into their bones. It was the foundation and confidence given to them by 20,000 years of legacy. But the premise of this pride was, they possessed absolute strength, capable of suppressing all disobedience. Because the strength of Shrek Academy was never just a name, but the gathering of power from every titled Douluo, every limit Douluo, and every quasi-god powerhouse. Once they lost that invincible strength, they would be more afraid than anyone else. Because they knew too well. In these 20,000 years, how many factions' bones had Shrek Academy stepped over, and how many powerful enemies had they offended. But previously, they had the strength to deter all directions, and no one dared to move. But if that layer of deterrence was torn apart, Ming saw this and also spoke to reassure them. He straightened his body, trying to make his voice sound steady and powerful, his gaze sweeping over every elder present. Everyone, there is no need to panic. No matter how strong Chen Yu's strength is, it is impossible for him to become a god. And as long as he is at the peak quasi-god realm, even if this pavilion master is truly not as strong as him, it is unrealistic for Chen Yu to want to defeat me. His voice echoed in the Sea God Pavilion, carrying a power to soothe people's hearts. Everyone nodded slightly upon hearing this, their faces full of agreement. Regardless of whether they truly believed it in their hearts. But at this moment, they needed a reason to support themselves, and they needed a direction to gather their strength. And the pavilion master's words were that reason. At this moment, Ming spoke again, his eyes becoming deep, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a cold smile. If it were before, I might have still feared Chen Yu by 3 points. But now that Chen Yu has murdered Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, the people who hate Chen Yu are not just us. Zhou Shi's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood Ming's meaning, blurting out. You mean Chen Xinji? Ming nodded, slowly stood up, hands behind his back, his gaze looking into the distance through the window lattice of the Sea God Pavilion. His voice was steady and determined. As everyone knows, back then, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu and Chen Xinji had a relationship, and Chen Xinji is the same peak quasi-god as I am. If the two of us join forces, even if Chen Yu is strong, he will have to retreat. Chapter 13, Traversing the Void Realm with the Physical Body. As Ming's voice fell, the originally heavy atmosphere within the Sea God Pavilion immediately lightened somewhat. The elders looked at each other, the panic in their eyes gradually fading, replaced by a glimmer of regained confidence. Some straightened their backs, some wore smiles, and others nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, a proud expression returned to their faces. It was the unique pride of Shrek. Even in the darkest of moments, they still believed that the glory belonging to Shrek would not be extinguished. Because they were Shrek, they were the most powerful force on the continent in 20,000 years. Their allies were spread across the world. Their foundation was unfathomable. Chen Xinji, Boundless Sea Douluo, War God Temple Hall Master, was also a peak quasi-god. He and Ming joining forces. Who else on the entire continent could resist them? At least, that was what they believed. Meanwhile, Parliament Building, Speaker's Office. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows into the office, dyeing the entire room in a layer of warm gold. Chen Yu sat behind the large desk, holding a piece of clean white cloth in his hand, casually wiping a long spear in front of him. The long spear was silvery white throughout, with a faint cold light flowing across its shaft, and intricate patterns faintly visible on the blade. At this moment, Secretary Pan Wen was standing before the desk, holding a file in his hands, reporting respectfully. Speaker, according to your instructions, 30% of the illegal gains accumulated by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan over the past 20,000 years have all been delivered to your private laboratory. At the same time, another 10%, as you wished, has been delivered to the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy. Chen Yu did not stop his movements, he nodded casually. His tone indifferent. Good, I understand. After becoming speaker, he had established his own private laboratory. It was an independent research base located on the outskirts of Ming City, and its security level was the highest in the entire Federation. Even many high-ranking officials in the parliament did not know its specific location. And within his laboratory, gathered the most talented people in the Federation. From spirit tool research and development to rare metal smelting, from spirit power theory to practical application, the top young talents in every field were all there. This group of people was not only exceptionally obsessed with spirit tool technology but also possessed extremely high research talent, with stable, cutting-edge spirit tool technology being produced almost every year. Whether it was the design blueprints for new spirit tools or improved spirit tool power cores, each item could advance the Federation's technological level by a small step. Of course, this output also meant that a constant stream of resource investment was required. Research required materials, experiments required consumption, and talents needed to be supported. Each item was an astronomical expense. But even the richest landlord has no surplus grain. Even though he was the Speaker of the Federation, the annual fiscal budget was limited, and it was impossible to tilt it towards his private laboratory without restriction. Originally, he had been worried about resources, but the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had sought their own demise and delivered themselves to his doorstep. He could not be blamed for being tempted. This operation enriched him and his private laboratory. It was a win-win. As for the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy, it was the highest institution in the Federation specifically for cultivating talent in the direction of spirit tools. As the Speaker of the Federation, he had naturally brought this academy under his control early on. Nowadays, the management of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy was all his people, from the dean to the department heads, and from the admissions office to the resource allocation department. Every key position was held by his trusted confidants. It was precisely because of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy, which provided him with a constant stream of talent, that his private laboratory had a continuous influx of newcomers. Every graduation season, the most outstanding students were booked by his laboratory before they even stepped out of the school gates. At this moment, Secretary Pan Wen closed the file in his hand, and the moment he looked up, his gaze happened to fall upon the long spear in Chen Yu's hand. His pupils constricted sharply, his expression changed instantly, revealing a look of horror, and he blurted out. "This isn't. The style of that long spear was exactly the same as the long spear that had pierced Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, the light and dark Douluo, above the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan yesterday. The silvery white shaft, the cold edge, even the faintly visible patterns on the spear shaft were identical. But he clearly remembered that after that long spear had nailed Supreme Elder Long Yeyu to death, it had shattered." Hearing this, Chen Yu noticed Secretary Pan Wen's gaze, which was fixed on the long spear in his hand. He stopped wiping, held the long spear horizontally in front of him to look at it, and asked casually, "What is it?" Secretary Pan Wen couldn't help but say, "Speaker, I remember your long spear was destroyed, wasn't it?" His tone was full of confusion. He clearly remembered that after Chen Yu threw the long spear, it had directly nailed the Shrek Academy Grand Elder, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, to death, and had shattered as a result. After all, it was an ultimate strike. The long spear had withstood such terrifying power, so it was perfectly normal for the shaft to shatter. But now the long spear in Chen Yu's hand, where did it come from? Chen Yu immediately guessed what Secretary Pan Wen was thinking. He did not answer directly, but instead placed the long spear on the table, stood up, walked to the side of the office, and reached out to pull open a cabinet door. The moment the cabinet door opened, what greeted Secretary Pan Wen's eyes was a cabinet full of long spears. The silvery white shafts were neatly arranged in the cabinet, one after another, each emitting a faint cold light, and each one identical to the one in Chen Yu's hand. A rough count showed at least 20 or 30 of them. Secretary Pan Wen was dumbfounded. At this moment, his mouth couldn't help but open slightly, his eyes widened, and he froze in place. He remembered that according to Shrek Academy's claims, Chen Yu had used a level 10 spirit tool, and Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, the light and dark Douluo, hadn't expected Chen Yu to make a lethal move. Which was why she died due to a lapse in judgment. But such a precious level 10 spirit tool. Chen Yu actually had a full cabinet of them. A level 10 spirit tool. That was a legendary existence. In the history of the entire continent, records of successfully manufacturing a level 10 spirit tool were few and far between. Each one was a priceless treasure, enough to serve as a sect's heirloom passed down through generations. It could be said that for any major force to possess one level 10 spirit tool was already a tremendous stroke of fortune. Yet here, Chen Yu had a whole cabinet. At this moment, Secretary Pan Wen felt his brain couldn't quite keep up. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Speaker, you, where did you get so many level 10 spirit tools? Level 10 spirit tools. Chen Yu was stunned, clearly surprised by this statement. He casually took a long spear from the cabinet, weighed it in his hand, and explained. This is extraterrestrial meteorite iron. Ah, Secretary Pan Wen was dumbfounded. Extraterrestrial, meteorite iron, not a level 10 spirit tool. Chapter 14, Next Target, Tang Sect. He stared blankly at the cabinet full of silvery white long spears, momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly knew about outer heaven meteorite iron. It was an extremely rare metal material, produced from meteorites from beyond the heavens, possessing extreme hardness, and was an excellent material for manufacturing top-tier spirit tools. But outer heaven meteorite iron itself was just raw material. How could an uncrafted long spear have such astonishing power? Subsequently, Chen Yu also looked at Secretary Pan Wen with curiosity and said, Secretary Pan Wen, why do you think these are level 10 spirit tools? You have followed me for so many years, have you forgotten the cost of a level 10 spirit tool? Secretary Pan Wen hurriedly shook his head and explained. No, Speaker, it is like this. Shrek Academy just responded. They said that you only managed to kill the light and dark Douluo by relying on a level 10 spirit tool, and that it was an unfair victory. Chen Yu instantly understood everything. He chuckled, a playful light flashing in his eyes. Interesting. He could probably guess what Ming and the others were thinking. It was just that they felt they themselves could not do it. So they felt he could not do it either, and then they started making all sorts of excuses. Ming was a peak quasi-god, things he could not do, he naturally assumed others could not do either. This was human nature, and also a common failing of the strong. Judging others by oneself. But unfortunately, the long spears he used were merely crafted from outer heaven meteorite iron. And the reason he used this type of long spear was, for one, that it was cheap. Because all this outer heaven meteorite iron was brought back by his own physical body traversing the starry sky, directly from the void realm. Free, it cost nothing. With the current strength of his physical body, traversing the void realm was no longer a difficult task. Every time he needed resources, he would head to space alone, searching the starry sky for those floating meteorites and extracting outer heaven meteorite iron from them. Each trip yielded a bountiful harvest. The second reason was naturally because the hardness of outer heaven meteorite iron was extremely high. Even among a host of rare metals, its hardness was second to none. Even in the current Federation, it would require an 8-star saint craftsman to spend a large amount of time to change its shape. The molecular structure of outer heaven meteorite iron was extremely dense and its melting point was extremely high. Ordinary forging methods simply could not melt it. Only a saint craftsman level blacksmith using special forging techniques, after a long period of time and countless hammerings, could shape it. And his cabinet full of outer heaven meteorite iron long spears would take even a divine craftsman several years to craft. For a single long spear to go from material to finished shape, it required repeated heating, hammering, and quenching. Not a single step could go wrong. With the strength of divine craftsman Zhen Hua, forging one such long spear would take at least a month or two, and this cabinet full. Of course, these long spears were not crafted by divine craftsman Zhen Hua. They were his, because his body spirit had a great advantage in the direction of forging. And his spirit was his own body, so his perception of strength, temperature, and material was far superior to ordinary people, giving him a unique talent in the Tao of forging. Therefore, he was originally valued by the previous president of the Blacksmiths Association, who took him in as a personal disciple. That was a grandmaster who had left a resounding name in the history of forging. He had taken countless disciples in his life, but only a few had truly received his true teachings. And now, that president of the Blacksmiths Association, divine craftsman Chen Yu, was his junior brother. When in front of him, he also had to respectfully call out, "Senior brother." As for Mu Chen, the branch president of the Blacksmiths Association in Donghai City, he was naturally also his junior brother. It could be said that there were 2 divine craftsmen and 1 8-star in the sect. Chen Yu stood there, looking at that cabinet full of long spears, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Because his physical body was powerful, the elemental lightning tribulation of heaven forging was, to him, just like taking a bath. There was no difference, it was painless and itchy-free. Heaven forging was a forging process that only a divine craftsman could perform. And every heaven forging had to endure the baptism of the might of heaven and earth, when the elemental lightning tribulation descended. Even a divine craftsman had to be on high alert, and the slightest carelessness would result in soul flying away and spirit scattering. And after every heaven forging, Chen Yu would have to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month, so weak that he could not even hold a pair of chopsticks, looking half dead. After the last heaven forging, Chen Yu had directly lain on the bed for a whole month, his face pale and his aura withered, scaring the vice president of the Blacksmiths Association so much that he almost started preparing for the funeral. This gap was not small. Secretary Pan Wen stood to the side, watching Chen Yu calmly close the cabinet door and put the long spear in his hand back. His throat bobbed, but he could not say a word. He suddenly felt that the confidence of those people from Shrek Academy was simply ridiculous in front of the speaker. At this moment, Chen Yu also said casually, "Since Shrek is so tough, Secretary Pan Wen, go and urge them. Tell them to pay back the money sooner." His tone was casual and natural, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Secretary Pan Wen nodded respectfully, without showing any extra expression on his face. "Yes." Immediately, Secretary Pan Wen turned, tiptoed out of the office, and closed the door. Only Chen Yu remained in the office. He stood up, walked to the cabinet on the side, opened the drawer, and took out a scroll of a map. It was a finely drawn map of the entire Federation. Mountains, rivers, cities, towns, and the distribution of forces were all clearly marked. He unfolded the map, spread it on the desk, and his gaze slowly swept over the dense markings on it. On the map, red marks represented ancient families, blue marks represented sects with a long legacy, and green marks represented those massive forces entrenched in various regions. The mark of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had already been crossed out by him with a black pen, but the remaining marks were still dense, covering the entire map. At this time Chen Yu picked up the map, stuck it on the wall, took 2 steps back, stood with his hands behind his back, and examined the map with a calm gaze. His gaze swept over the markings one by one, as if a hunter was examining his prey. A moment later, he turned and returned behind the desk, opened the drawer, and took out a dart. The dart was silvery white throughout, exquisitely crafted, with fine patterns carved on the tail fins, reflecting a cold light under the lamp. Subsequently, he weighed the dart in his hand. Then he threw it casually. The movement was easy and random, as if it were just a pastime when bored. The dart drew a beautiful arc in the air and accurately pierced into the map. Chen Yu looked up. Where the dart pierced, there was a line of small text below. Tang Sect, Xuanxi Tang Sect Technology Company, Limited. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Strike the snake at its 7 inches. As a capable helper of Shrek Academy, the Tang Sect was naturally also among his targets for cleanup. But since it had been chosen, then let us do it. Chapter 15, Evidence of Tang Sect's Treason. As for Shrek Academy and the Tang Sect joining forces, regarding this, Chen Yu could only say, does it make any difference whether they join forces or not? In the Douluo plane, power is king. The Tang Sect currently doesn't even have a single peak quasi-god. If it weren't for Shrek Academy backing them, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the arena. A faction that doesn't even have a few quasi-gods. Are they worthy of challenging him? Immediately, Chen Yu withdrew his gaze, lazily sat back in his chair, picked up the spirit tool communicator on the table, and dialed an encrypted channel. Make the nail move. I want all transaction records of Xuanxi Tang Sect Technology Company, Limited from the past 5 years, especially the flow of spirit tools and spirit tool blueprints. His voice was very low, carrying an unquestionable coldness. A moment later, a concise and powerful response came from the other end of the communicator. Yes. Chen Yu put down the communicator, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. Several days later, a thick file folder was delivered to Chen Yu's desk. Chen Yu opened the file folder, took out the documents inside, and flipped through them page by page. His gaze was calm as water, his facial expression did not change at all, only occasionally nodding slightly, as if confirming something. The records in the file were very detailed. The time, quantity, price, person in charge, and final destination of every transaction were clearly listed on the paper. As the Speaker of the Federation, he had long ago planted his own informants within the major factions. These informants didn't need to do anything on a daily basis, they only needed to live and work normally, like sleeping seeds buried deep in the soil. And when he needed them, these seeds would break through the soil, bringing him everything he wanted. This time, he mobilized the spy he had planted in Xuanxi Tang Sect Technology Company, Limited. That was a high-ranking member who had been lurking in the Tang sect for many years, working diligently on a daily basis, and had never aroused anyone's suspicion. In his hands, he held evidence sufficient to plunge the Tang sect into eternal doom. A detailed file recording the Tang sect acquiring a large number of spirit tools and spirit tool blueprints under the company's name. The acquisition itself was not illegal, the problem was the final destination of these items. Chen Yu flipped to the last page of the file, his gaze landing on that line of small print. According to the records, all the spirit tools and blueprints eventually flowed to a secret location in Tianai City and then disappeared. There was no registration, no reporting, and no explanation for any legal destination. Batches of spirit tools, enough to arm a small army, just disappeared into thin air from the Tang sect's accounts. And Chen Yu, who was familiar with the original plot, also knew that there was a research facility hidden in the shadows of Tianai City belonging to the Tang sect. It was a secret Tang sect base that even the Federation's intelligence department didn't know about, containing all kinds of ships and submarines. And it was precisely by relying on these things that the Tang sect could continuously supply materials to the Star Luo Empire and the Douling Empire, which were located overseas. Supplying materials to the Star Luo Empire and the Douling Empire. Chen Yu's fingers tapped lightly on the desktop, a flash of coldness in his eyes. One must know that although the Star Luo Empire and the Douling Empire nominally maintained peace with the Sun-Moon Federation, in essence, they were still independent regimes, forces that existed outside the Federation. Supplying military materials to foreign forces. What kind of crime is this? Treason. No matter what banner the Tang sect was flying under, no matter how high-sounding their reasons were, this crime, they could not wash it away. It could be said. Now, the Tang sect could not escape a charge of treason. Immediately, Chen Yu closed the file, stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the thousands of lights in Ming City, the starlight from afar reflecting in his eyes. Chen Yu convened the parliament again. The news spread, and the entire Ming City was shaken once again. The 365 councillors had just recovered from the previous meeting when they received notice of another full assembly. Everyone was guessing, what is the speaker going to do this time? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had just been destroyed, the Shrek Academy Grand Elder had just been killed, the Federation's situation was already turbulent. Could it be that the speaker was going to continue taking action? Several days later, at the Parliament building, inside the largest assembly hall, there were no empty seats. The 365 councillors gathered once again. But this time, their faces were no longer filled with the bewilderment and astonishment of the previous meeting, instead, they were replaced by a grave scrutiny. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on Chen Yu on the podium, wanting to know what kind of storm this speaker was going to stir up again. The assembly hall was very quiet, quiet enough to be somewhat oppressive. The councillors were sitting or standing. Some were whispering to each other, some were silently flipping through the files in their hands, and some were just silently looking at the podium, their eyes filled with complex emotions. In the air of the assembly hall, a sense of oppression, as if a storm were about to break, permeated the air. They were also curious about why Chen Yu was convening the assembly so frequently. Last time, he cut off resource support for Shrek. Then, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was gone. Then what about this time? Who would it be? At this moment, Chen Yu stood on the podium, with the Federation flag behind him. He was dressed in a formal suit, his expression calm, his gaze sweeping steadily across the audience. Without any superfluous nonsense, he raised his hand directly, signaling the staff behind him to play the evidence. On the huge spirit tool screen in the center of the assembly hall, files, receipts, and transaction records began to scroll and play. Every transaction was clearly visible. Every number was shocking. Then, Chen Yu took out that file. That file recorded the Tang sect, under the name of Xuanxi Tang Sect Technology Company, Limited, acquiring a large number of spirit tools and spirit tool blueprints, and finally secretly transporting these materials to Tian'ai City. He opened the file and displayed it page by page in front of everyone. His voice was not loud, but every word clearly reached the ears of every counselor present. Everyone, please look. This is the transaction record of the Tang sect over the past 5 years. Chen Yu pointed to the scrolling data on the screen, his tone calm as water. In the name of the company, they purchased a large number of military-grade spirit tools and spirit tool blueprints from all over the Federation. According to the records, the destination of these materials all flowed to Tian'ai City. And then, they were never seen again. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the audience, his voice suddenly deepening. Tian'ai City, none of you should be unfamiliar with it. According to years of tracking by the Federation's Intelligence Department, a Tang sect underground research facility is hidden there, specifically used for researching ships and submarines. And the purpose of these ships and submarines? Everyone, can you guess what it is? Inside the assembly hall, there was immediate silence. Chapter 16, The Council is Enraged, Settling Accounts with the Tang Sect. Chen Yu turned to the last page. He held the most crucial piece of evidence high up. These ships and submarines have all been used by the Tang sect to transport resources to the Star Luo Empire and the Douling Empire. In other words, the Tang sect, a sect that originated on the continent and took root in the Federation, has been secretly funding our overseas enemies all along. As soon as these words were spoken, the council was shaken. The entire council chamber was like a bomb had been dropped into it, instantly erupting into chaos. The councillors stood up one after another. Some gasped in shock, some glared with wide eyes, some stared in disbelief at the evidence scrolling on the screen, and some had already begun to question loudly. Various voices intertwined, causing the entire hall to buzz with noise. Treason. This is blatant treason. How dare the Tang sect? How dare they do such a thing? Is this evidence reliable? Could it be forged? Speaker, we need an explanation. Chen Yu stood on the podium, his expression unchanged, letting the councillors discuss for a long time before slowly raising his hand to signal for silence. His gesture was small, but the invisible pressure caused the noisy council chamber to gradually quiet down. All the evidence has been verified by the Federation's highest intelligence department. Chen Yu's voice was calm and powerful. The Tang sect's actions have seriously endangered the safety and interests of the Federation. And as the Speaker of the Federal Council, I have the responsibility and the obligation to take action against this. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room like a torch. I propose a comprehensive investigation into the Tang sect, freezing all its assets within the Federation, and arresting all personnel involved. Councillors, please cast your votes. The result of the vote had no suspense. Out of 365 councillors, more than 2/3 voted in favor. Whether out of fear of Chen Yu or anger at the act of treason, this proposal met with almost no strong resistance. Those councillors who had once spoken up for Shrek chose to remain silent this time. The blood of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had not yet dried. No one wanted to be the next one. After the meeting ended, the news spread throughout the entire Federation at the fastest speed. At the same time, the Federation was shaken. The Tang sect. This ancient sect with a legacy of over 10,000 years, this power that once held a pivotal position in the Spirit Master's world, became synonymous with treason overnight. On all major Spirit Guidance Network platforms, reports and discussions about the Tang sect's treason were overwhelming. Some were shocked, some were angry, some couldn't believe it, and some applauded the news. Countless Federation citizens, after watching the live broadcast, started to denounce the Tang sect even more. On every street corner and in every conversation after tea and meals. Everyone was talking about this matter. The Tang sect's vanity projects, the Tang sect's businesses, and Xuanxi Tang Sect Technology Company, Limited were all dug up and placed under the sun for scrutiny. Those who once worshipped the Tang sect's hidden weapons, those spirit masters who once stood up for the Tang sect. At this moment, all chose to remain silent or distance themselves. And at Shrek Academy, at the Tang sect headquarters, and among those powers closely related to the Tang sect. This news was no less than a bolt from the blue. Tang sect headquarters. Sect Master Zhang Xin watched the news scrolling on the spirit guidance screen, his face as pale as paper. He couldn't figure out for the life of him how those classified files had leaked out. Those transaction records, those flows, that research institution in Tianai City. These were all the Tang sect's deepest secrets, with very few people knowing about them, and each one was an absolutely loyal core disciple. But now, these secrets were all exposed before the entire Federation. Treason. And once this crime was confirmed, the Tang sect would never have a day to turn things around. At this moment, Chen Yu returned to his office, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the myriad lights of Ming City. He toyed with the throwing dagger in his hand, his gaze calm and profound. The Tang sect's affair had only just begun. Soon, as the sect leader of the Tang sect, the amorous Douluo, Sect Master Zhang Xin, immediately headed to Shrek Academy. When he stepped into the gates of Shrek Academy, the sky had already completely darkened, only the direction of the Sea God Pavilion was still lit, appearing particularly conspicuous in the night. At this moment, Sect Master Zhang Xin's expression was grave, his steps hurried as he headed straight for the Sea God Pavilion. Countless emotions surged in his heart. Anger, unease, anxiety, and a trace of fear that even he was unwilling to admit. The Tang sect had a legacy of over 10,000 years, having weathered countless storms, and had never encountered such a crisis. The crime of treason, these three words pressed down on his heart like a great mountain, making him almost unable to breathe. At night, the Sea God Pavilion was brightly lit. Inside the ancient hall, candlelight and the soft light of spirit guidance lamps intertwined, illuminating every corner. On both sides of the long table, the various elders of Shrek Academy had all arrived. Their expressions were not good. Clearly, they had already learned from various channels about the Federal Council's accusations against the Tang sect. One had to know, the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was still fresh in their minds, and now it was the Tang sect's turn. And, none of them knew Chen Yu's blade, whose head it would fall upon next. At this moment, Sect Master Zhang Xin stepped into the Sea God Pavilion, and the gazes of all the elders fell upon him in unison. He nodded slightly to Yun Ming in the main seat, then sat down on one side of the long table. He did not rush to speak, but instead took a deep breath, as if suppressing the surging emotions in his heart. A moment later, Sect Master Zhang Xin finally spoke. He looked at the elders, his expression pained, his voice carrying an irrepressible indignation. Everyone, the Star Luo Empire and the Douling Empire originally originated from the Douluo Continent, we are all one family. And now, as the Speaker of the Federal Council, Chen Yu has distinguished the Sun Moon, Star Luo, and Douling so clearly. It is simply as if he fears there is no chaos. I suspect that he wants to recreate the history from 10,000 years ago when the Sun Moon Empire launched a war against the original three Douluo nations. But that was wrong. Outrageously wrong. His voice echoed in the Sea God Pavilion, every word ringing out with force. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes flashed with angry light. Therefore, under the leadership of our Tang sect's revival sect leader, the spiritized Douluo Huo Yuhao, the Sun Moon Empire's conspiracy was ended. This proves that we are righteous. But what has Chen Yu done now? He has twisted our sentiment of mutual help as Douluo people, talking about what treason. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. After speaking, Sect Master Zhang Xin slammed his hand on the table, stood up, his chest heaving violently. His eyes were slightly red. But that was not just because of anger, but even more because of a deep sense of grievance and unwillingness. Everything the Tang sect did, in his eyes, it was all righteous. It was all for the peace and stability of the continent. But now, they had been labeled with the so-called crime of treason, and were being reviled by a bunch of ignorant masses. Chapter 17. Shrek, Innocent, Federation, Too Evil. At this moment, all the elders were filled with righteous indignation. Zhou Shi's brows knitted together, and he slammed his fists heavily onto the table, producing a dull thud. Another elder had an ashen face, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He was clearly furious to the extreme. Even the most composed elders among them could not help but shake their heads and sigh, their faces revealing expressions of resentment. To speak the truth, they also detested the Sun-Moon Federation. Because, whether it was 20,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago, the nations of the Douluo Continent had always held Shrek in high esteem, terrified of offending them. Back then, Shrek Academy was the holy land in the hearts of all spirit masters on the continent, an existence no nation dared to slight. Whether it was the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Star Luo Empire, or the Douling Empire, every time they sent envoys, they were always perfectly polite and respectful. A single word from Shrek Academy was enough to change a nation's policy. A single attitude from Shrek Academy was enough to determine the rise or fall of a faction. But what about now? The Federation had broken down the barriers between geniuses and commoners. Those commoner children who once could only look up to Shrek Academy could now, through the Federation's selection system, obtain resources and opportunities equal to Shrek Academy students. The development of soul guidance technology made high-level combat power less important. A well-trained mecha battalion, combined with a pile of sophisticated soul guidance weapons, was enough to contend with an army composed of high-level spirit masters. And the appearance of mechas back then almost caused Shrek to lose its voice. If it hadn't been for the later appearance of battle armor, allowing high-level spirit masters to regain their advantage. Would this world still be their Shrek's world? Would this Douluo continent still be their Shrek's Douluo continent? They had already conceded countless times. From the very beginning of the Federation's establishment, they had been retreating. From resource allocation to enrollment quotas, and then to the right to speak in Federation policy decisions, they had stepped back and compromised, step by step. They thought that as long as Shrek Academy still existed, as long as the glory of 20,000 years remained, one day they would be able to reclaim their status. But what did the Federation do? They developed the Level 12 Fixed Soul Guidance Artillery Shell, and the initial Level 12 Fixed Soul Guidance Artillery Shells. Actually, there were 4 of them. That was the ultimate weapon the Federation had spent countless resources and manpower on, gathering the top soul guidance scientists of the time, and taking decades to develop. The power of each one was enough to destroy the world. The existence of each one was a silent deterrent to all factions on the continent. And the very first one was detonated in front of that Generation C God Pavilion Master and a group of elders. That was a silent demonstration. The Federation invited the high-level officials of Shrek Academy to observe in a no-man's land, and then, right in front of them, detonated a Level 12 Fixed Soul Guidance Artillery Shell. That godlike pressure and explosive power made all the titled Douluo present feel a terror that seeped into their very bones. In that instant, the heavens and earth changed color, the sun and moon lost their light, and thousands of miles of land were turned into scorched earth by the explosion. That was a deterrent. It was also a declaration. The Federation possessed the power to destroy Shrek Academy. It was precisely because of that shot that Shrek Academy had been enduring, retreating, and never daring to truly break ties with the Federation for these past few thousand years. They had strength, heritage, and countless experts guarding them, but none of that could compare to the deterrent power of a Level 12 Fixed Soul Guidance Artillery Shell. And the Federation still had 3 left. But now, the Federation still wouldn't let them be. Look at what Chen Yu is doing. He is targeting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Taking action against such an ancient family. No respect whatsoever. No reverence whatsoever. That family had a legacy spanning over 10,000 years, with countless experts within, holding a pivotal status on the continent. Yet Chen Yu wiped them out just like that. Without the slightest hesitation. Without the slightest scruples. He even pinned Supreme Elder Long Yeyu to death with a single shot and sent an army to trample the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. A person like this, how could he sit in the position of Federation Council Chairman? An elder finally couldn't help it anymore. He stood up abruptly, his white hair trembling slightly in the candlelight, his voice filled with anger and sorrow. That Chen Yu is nothing but a bumpkin, a brute who fought his way up with his fists. What does he know about status? What does he know about the rules? In his eyes, there is only power and strength. Where is there any sense of propriety, justice, integrity, or shame left? Another elder also stood up, his face ashen, and chimed in. Indeed, how is his behavior any different from the tyrants of the Sun Moon Empire 10,000 years ago? He is destroying the foundation of the continent. Destroying the traditions of our Douluo continent for the past 20,000 years. The elders spoke one after another, their angry voices rising and falling within the Sea God Pavilion. Everyone was venting their dissatisfaction and fury, and everyone was using the harshest words to accuse Chen Yu and the Federation. But behind this anger, that trace of fear, could never be shaken off. Ming sat in the main seat, remaining silent the entire time. He just listened quietly, his gaze deep and distant, with no discernible expression on his face. But his hands were gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. Sect Master Zhang Xin was right. Chen Yu's actions were indeed dangerous. But the key issue was, what could they do? Fight. They couldn't win. Chen Yu could pin Supreme Elder Long Yeyu to death with a single shot. That level of strength was no longer something any one of them could contend with. Endure. They had already endured for thousands of years. How much longer were they to endure? And, if they continued to endure, what would be left of Shrek Academy? In the Sea God Pavilion, the angry denunciations continued. But in everyone's heart, a heavy stone was pressing down. That was the fear and confusion about the future. At this moment, Joshi's eyes lit up, and he stood up abruptly. Everyone's gaze turned to him, the elders, faces filled with confusion and expectation. Joshi stood there, his gaze sweeping over every face on both sides of the long table, took a deep breath, and spoke. Do you all still remember how the Academy has stood for 20,000 years? His voice was loud and clear, echoing in the Sea God Pavilion. Everyone's eyes showed expressions of contemplation. Some frowned slightly, some fell into memories, and some seemed to have guessed what Joshi wanted to say, their eyes gradually lighting up. Joshi raised his arms and shouted. It is righteousness. It is justice. Chen Yu wiped out the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan in front of all the aristocratic families and sects. Aren't they afraid? They are afraid. But they are also wary of Chen Yu. But as long as we unite, would Chen Yu dare to defy the world and wipe out all of our factions? His voice was resonant, every word filled with power and conviction. His arms were raised high, as if embracing a grand vision. His eyes were shining with a fiery light. That was the pride and confidence belonging to the people of Shrek. Chapter 18. Tell me, who exactly came up with this thing called a genealogy? In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up. That's it. It must be that too few factions spoke up this time, which is why Chen Yu dared to do this. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan may be powerful. But in the end, it is just a family. And how can the power of one family contend with the ancient factions of the entire continent? If all the noble families, all the sects, and all the academies stood together. What a massive force that would be. No matter how arrogant or powerful Chen Yu is, would he dare to offend everyone at the same time? Therefore, the more factions that speak up, Chen Yu will inevitably be wary of acting recklessly. He may not hold the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan in high regard. But he cannot disregard all the ancient factions of the entire continent. And as long as it is within the rules, that is their home turf. They possess 20,000 years of heritage. They have countless allies. They have a network of connections that runs deep into every corner of the Federation. Within the rules, they have absolute confidence that they can back Chen Yu into a corner. Thus, the meeting concluded perfectly. The Shrek elders left the Sea God Pavilion in 2s and 3s, the gloom on their faces swept away, replaced by a rekindled hope and confidence. Some were whispering, discussing the next course of action. Others were using their soul guidance communicators to contact their respective networks, preparing to launch a new wave of public opinion offensives. Joshi's proposal gave them direction and found them a weapon to use against Chen Yu. It was numbers. It was voices. It was the collective will of the ancient factions across the entire continent. Ming was the last to leave the Sea God Pavilion. He stood at the entrance, gazing at the stars in the night sky, his eyes deep and complex. Joshi's plan sounded good. But there was always a trace of unease in his heart. That man, Chen Yu. Would he really be bound by so-called rules? The next day, those so-called experts appeared on the Soul Guidance Network again, becoming active once more. As if they had coordinated it, they appeared in the live stream rooms of major Soul Guidance Network platforms almost at the same time. Some were dressed in suits, sitting upright in front of the camera with a calm and rational tone. Others had white hair, wore reading glasses, and appeared to be prestigious scholars. Some were impassioned, spitting as they spoke, as if fighting for the truth. They shouted that the Sun Moon Federation, Star Luo, and Doling were all members of the greater Douluo Company prosperity sphere. Everyone was family, and the Tang sect was just helping its own people, so how could that be considered treason? Their words were sincere, their logic was meticulous, and they cited historical precedents, talking from history to reality, from culture to bloodline, step by step instilling the argument that the Tang sect is innocent into every citizen watching the live stream. Some even argued that the Federation should not only not punish the Tang sect, but should reward it. Because the Tang sect was making outstanding contributions to the peace of the continent. They said the Tang sect's actions promoted exchanges and cooperation between the nations of the continent. They said the Tang sect's resource distribution maintained the balance of power on the continent. They said that without the Tang sect, Star Luo and Doling would have long since been at war with the Sun Moon Federation. And under this wave of crazy brainwashing, many citizens who did not know the truth were incited. They had not seen those classified files and did not understand what the Tang sect's actions really meant. But they saw the definitive arguments of those experts. They heard the tearful appeals of those scholars. Thus, they also began to join this turmoil, pleading for the Tang sect together. On the Soul Guidance Network, posts supporting the Tang sect were overwhelming, and the wave of opposition to the Federation's resolution grew higher and higher. Some organized online petitions, some took to the streets to hold protest signs, and some sent letters of petition with fierce wording to the Parliament building. The entire public opinion field of the Federation seemed to have been completely overturned overnight. Ming City, Parliament building. At this moment, Chen Yu was sitting in front of his desk, the Soul Guidance screen in front of him scrolling with various comments from the Soul Guidance Network. His gaze was calm and indifferent, browsing through the overwhelming comments one by one. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and then he let out a soft laugh. The laugh was very light and faint, but it made Secretary Pan Wen's body tremble involuntarily. Secretary Pan Wen stood by the desk, beads of sweat already seeping from his forehead. He stole a glance at Chen Yu's expression, then quickly looked away. At this moment, he was also mentally collapsing. He didn't understand. Clearly, the speaker had already set his sights on the Tang sect, so why did Shrek have to come and join in the fun? Were they afraid they wouldn't die? Or did they feel that since it was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan dying and not them, Shrek, it didn't matter? If that were really the case, how aggrieved the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan must have been to die. Their teammates were causing trouble like crazy, and yet they were the ones who died. And now, the blood of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan hadn't even dried yet. Shrek had jumped out to hand a knife to the speaker. If this wasn't asking for death, what was it? At this moment, Chen Yu's voice sounded in Secretary Pan Wen's ear, still in that unhurried tone. Secretary Pan, what do you think they are actually thinking? Strength in numbers. But a mob is just a mob. It Seems that when this speaker killed the chicken to warn the monkey, not only did it not scare the monkey, but even the other chickens didn't feel a thing. Secretary Pan Wen broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He had followed Chen Yu for so many years and knew exactly what this sentence meant. When the speaker said, killing the chicken to warn the monkey, he was stating a fact that had already happened. But when he said, the chickens didn't feel a thing, it meant he was prepared to kill a few more. Not just one, but a few. He knew that the speaker had developed the intent to kill. Regarding this, he could only mourn for those idiots. Those people from Shrek Academy. Perhaps they thought they were speaking up for justice. Perhaps they thought they were defending the glory of Shrek. But what they didn't know was, they were using their own lives to test someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Speaker, they are, after all, a 10,000-year noble family. Secretary Pan Wen carefully chose his words, his voice very low. Having been high and mighty for so long, it's inevitable. Chen Yu sighed lightly, a sigh devoid of any emotion, like a gust of wind passing by. Yes, a 10,000-year noble family. They have been high and mighty for too long. They seem to have forgotten that the wrath of an ordinary man is also something that can kill. As he spoke, Chen Yu reached out to pull open a drawer and took out a thin book. The cover of the book was dark red, with gold-stamped lettering shining under the light, printed with several large characters, record of spirit families. The book was not thick, only over 100 pages. But every page recorded an ancient noble family that had been passed down for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Of course, this book was published by those noble families themselves. It was several hundred years ago. A group of clan chiefs from the noble families got together and decided to compile a book recording all the powerful spirit families and sects to showcase their nobility and glory. Chapter 19. The speaker's kindness is never-ending. They hired the best painters to design their family emblem. They hired the best scholars to write their family history. They hired the best craftsmen to bind it into books. And their initial thought was simply to let the common people see just how noble and priceless these aristocratic families were. Regarding this, Chen Yu could only sigh. Who on earth came up with this thing? It's so useful. He could go down the list and kill them one by one, and he would absolutely never wrong an innocent person. Because every single family on that list was the same kind of trash as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Relying on their so-called spirit legacy, they monopolized resources, exploited the commoners, and continued their wealth and power generation after generation. Secretary Pan Wen remained silent, not knowing how to answer. His gaze fell on that dark red book, then quickly shifted away. Cold sweat had already soaked through his shirt. And Chen Yu did not care about his silence. He stood up slowly, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and stood with his hands behind his back. Outside the window, people were coming and going on the streets of Ming City, and the discussions on the Spirit Tool Network had clearly already affected reality. In the square in front of the Parliament building, a group of people holding placards had gathered. They were shouting slogans like, "Spare the Tang sect," and "Oppose persecution," their faces filled with anger and excitement. Chen Yu's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression as calm as water. He watched for a moment, then finally spoke, his voice carrying an unquestionable majesty. "Since they refuse to submit, then we fight. I, the speaker, want to see exactly how many of them have stiff mouths. Pass on my order. Have the Central Legion, Southern Legion, Western Legion, and Northwestern Legion surround Shrek City. At the same time, have the three great navies, Tianai, Donghai, and Beihai, station themselves at Tianai City. Whoever dares to cause trouble for me, blast them directly with a level 9 fixed spirit tool cannon shell. If something happens, I'll take the responsibility." His tone remained calm, as if he were just talking about the weather. Secretary Pan Wen's eyes widened in shock instantly. The Federation only has the 8 great legions in total. The Central Legion guards Ming City. The Southern Legion guards the southern border. The Western Legion guards the western border. The Northwestern Legion guards the northwestern border. These are the Federation's 4 most powerful ground forces. And the 3 great navies, Tianai, Donghai, and Beihai, control all of the Federation's waters. The speaker's move this time Actually mobilize the 7 Great Legions directly. The 7 Great Legions. This is going to war. A true war mobilization. One must know that the last time the 7 Great Legions were mobilized simultaneously was over 6,000 years ago, when the Abyss Plane invaded the Douluo Continent. Secretary Pan Wen felt his heart skip a beat. He took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, bowed his head respectfully, and spoke in a steady, powerful voice. Yes. Immediately, he turned and strode away, the sound of his boots striking the floor rapid and firm. Soon, Chen Yu's orders passed through the Federation's highest military command system and reached the bases of each legion at the fastest possible speed. Outside Ming City, at the Qishan base. Meanwhile, the canteen of the Central Legion was packed with people. Ever since the Central Legion destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the food quality had instantly jumped up several grades. The food-serving windows in the canteen were lined up, filled with all kinds of delicious delicacies. Steaks, wine, and even century-old spirit beasts, or even thousand-year-old spirit beasts, were served on the tables for the soldiers to eat at will. The rich aroma of meat and wine intertwined, permeating the entire canteen, making anyone who smelled it unable to help but drool. The soldiers held their trays, standing in long lines, with uncontrollable smiles on their faces. Some were carrying full plates of roasted spirit beast meat, eating until their mouths were covered in oil. Some were holding glasses, clinking them with comrades and drinking heartily. Some were eating and chatting loudly, with laughter rising and falling. Even the original annual subsidy of 100,000 Federation dollars had instantly become 1 million Federation dollars. Moreover, Chen Yu had issued an extra subsidy. That is to say, this subsidy did not count against their Federation subsidy quota. It meant they could collect 2 subsidies. One was the military pay and subsidy issued by the Federation Treasury according to standard. The other was an extra reward allocated by Chen Yu personally from the resources seized from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Adding the 2 subsidies together, a regular soldier's monthly income already exceeded the annual salary of many white-collar workers in Ming City. This made them shout, "Loyalty!" At this moment, a veteran was sitting in a corner, chewing on a piece of charred, fragrant thousand-year-old spirit beast meat, his eyes shining. He put down the bone in his hand, picked up his glass and took a big gulp, then slammed the glass heavily onto the table and sighed with emotion. "Brothers, let me tell you the truth. Before the speaker took office, what were we eating? We were eating chaff and vegetables. We wouldn't see a speck of meat for months, and the hardest thing in the canteen was a steamed bun. Subsidy. Where would there be a subsidy? It was good enough if they could pay our military salary on time." The few slightly younger soldiers beside him nodded repeatedly, their expressions showing deep agreement. The veteran continued. "But after the speaker took office, the first year, our food quality doubled. The second year, the subsidies started being issued. The third year, the military salary increased. Our lives are getting better year by year. And now, after the battle with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, we are directly eating century-old and thousand-year-old spirit beasts. And the subsidies have directly increased tenfold. And, it's 2 subsidies. What kind of concept is this? In the 20 years I've been a soldier. I have never seen such good days." As he spoke, his eyes actually turned a bit red. That was genuine emotion, genuine gratitude from the bottom of his heart. During their bitterest and hardest days, no one in the Federation High Command cared about them. When they were forgotten by the entire Federation, it was the speaker who picked them up, gave them dignity, and gave them respectability. Another veteran chimed in, "Isn't that so? Before, our Central Legion, although it bore the name, Central, what was it really like? Military pay wasn't fully paid, equipment updates were slow, and we even had to scrimp on the spirit tools used for training. When we went out to execute missions, those white-collar workers would look at us with pity and contempt. And now, who dares to look down on us?" "Exactly." A young soldier stood up abruptly, raising his glass, his face red and neck thick as he roared. "Who treats us well, who treats us badly, we have a clear account in our hearts. The speaker treats us impeccably. Whoever dares to move against the speaker, I'll be the first one to disagree." "Right. Whoever moves against the speaker, I'll fight him to the death." A chorus of agreement rang out in the canteen, and the soldiers raised their glasses one after another, shouting loudly. Chapter 20. To go against the speaker is to go against them. At this moment, at the entrance of the cafeteria, a figure in military uniform stood silently, listening to the commotion inside, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. It was General Yu Guanji. He did not go in, but stood there silently for a moment, then turned and left, disappearing into the night. In his heart, he already had the answer. He knew that no matter what Chen Yu intended to do, this army would follow behind him without hesitation. Not because of orders, not because of military discipline, but because he was the person who allowed them to live a good life. In this army, the name Chen Yu was their faith. Soon, General Yu Guanji also received a notification from the highest military command system. He stood in the command room of the Central Legion, and on the spirit tool screen in front of him, an encrypted directive was displayed, with the red words, "Top Secret," flashing at the top of the screen. He immediately opened the directive, his eyes scanning the content, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The speaker, he was actually going to make a move against Shrek. Shrek Academy, the #1 academy on the continent, with 20,000 years of glory and legacy, the holy land in the hearts of countless spirit masters. It was a more massive and deeply rooted existence than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was just a prestigious family, while Shrek Academy was a behemoth with countless affiliated forces, countless allies, and countless supporters. But General Yu Guanji did not dwell on it too much. He had followed Chen Yu for many years and knew the speaker too well. The things the speaker decided had never been changed. If the speaker said to fight, then they would fight. Therefore, he did not need to think about whether to fight or not, he only needed to think about how to fight. He directly sounded the alarm. The alarm sound instantly resounded throughout the entire Qishan barracks. That sharp sound tore through the night sky, reverberating between the mountains, carrying a sense of urgency that made one's adrenaline soar. The soldiers who were originally cheering and drinking in the cafeteria were stunned. Some had their hands holding wine glasses frozen in midair, some had meat in their mouths that they hadn't yet had time to swallow, and some were laughing while hugging their comrades in arms. But all movements froze the moment the alarm sounded. Their expressions immediately darkened. That alarm sound was exactly the same as the one that rang when they were ordered to surround the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan last time. This was not an exercise, it was the speaker's order. The cafeteria was quiet for a fraction of a second. Immediately, a dull thud of a table being pounded exploded. A soldier stood up abruptly, his palm slamming heavily onto the dining table, making the bowls and dishes clatter. He looked around, his eyes wide with rage, and roared. "Those damn scumbags, how dare they make our speaker possess life chi? Brothers, grab your weapons, kill them." His voice was rough and loud, reverberating throughout the cafeteria. That anger was not faked, it was a rage from the bottom of their hearts. In their hearts, the speaker was heaven, the speaker was everything. Whoever went against the speaker, was going against them. Kill them, everyone shouted in unison. The sound rolled by like muffled thunder. At this moment, the soldiers put down their wine glasses and bowls and chopsticks one after another, the smiles on their faces replaced by sternness. Some grabbed their military caps and put them on, some tightened their belts, some checked the spirit tools they carried with them, their movements crisp and neat, without a trace of hesitation. In an instant, the soldiers swarmed out from the cafeteria, from the barracks, and from every corner of the Qishan barracks. Heading to the parade ground to assemble. Countless figures surged in the night, their footsteps rapid and uniform, emitting a muffled roar. The spirit tool streetlights illuminated the entire parade ground, and one could see a dark mass of people gathering from all directions, like streams of water pouring into the sea. The formations quickly took shape, row after row, column after column, neat and tidy, as if carved by a knife and axe. No one spoke, no one whispered. There was only the sound of uniform footsteps, the metallic clashing of weapons and equipment, and that aura of killing intent that was stretched to the limit. On everyone's face was written one sentence, ready. At the same time, in the stations of the other 6 great legions, the same scene was playing out. In the camp of the Southern Legion, the soldiers were awakened from their sleep by the alarm. No one complained, no one delayed, they turned over and got out of bed, put on their clothes and hats, picked up their weapons, and rushed out of the barracks. From the time the alarm sounded to the full assembly, it took less than 3 minutes. In front of the formation, Le Zhengan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping over the dark mass of the soldier phalanx, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the station of the Western Legion, the soldiers were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, some wiping their weapons, some talking in low voices. The moment the alarm sounded, everyone stopped what they were doing at the same time, their eyes becoming sharp. No one gave orders, they spontaneously moved towards the parade ground, very fast but not messy at all. The Northwestern Legion, the Tianai Navy, the Donghai Navy, the Beihai Navy, the 7 Great Legions, 7 stations. At the same time, the same action. Soon, the soldiers of the other 6 Great Legions were also assembled, with looks of anticipation in their eyes. They had also heard about the various benefits of the Central Legion during this period. The news about eating 1,000-year spirit beast meat, drinking wine, and receiving double subsidies had long spread through various channels throughout the Federal Army. To say they weren't envious in their hearts would be a lie. Everyone was working for the speaker. As a result, the Central Legion, because it was by the speaker's side, got the opportunity and became rich overnight. And them, stationed at the border, or stationed at sea, exposed to the wind and sun, risking their lives, but the benefits were far worse than the Central Legion. And today, this immense wealth finally fell to them. At this moment, a young soldier of the Southern Legion stood in the formation, gripping his spirit tool rifle, sparks of excitement dancing in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said to the comrade beside him, "Did you hear? The Central Legion surrounded the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan this time, and everyone got nearly 1 million in subsidies for their families." 1 million. That's 1 million. The comrade beside him also swallowed, his eyes burning. This time it should be our turn. Shrek. That's Shrek. Their foundation is countless times thicker than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Just pulling out a single hair would be enough for us to eat for a lifetime. Stop dreaming, the veteran in the front row said in a low voice without turning his head. Fight the battle well first. Whatever the speaker tells us to do, we do. If we do it well, we have everything. If we don't do it well, we lose our lives. The young soldier couldn't help but shrink his neck, not daring to speak any more, but the light in his eyes became even more intense. At this time, on the podium in front of the 7 Great Legions parade ground, light suddenly shone. A holographic projection condensed on the podium, and the figure of Chen Yu appeared in front of everyone. He was wearing a formal suit, his posture straight, his face calm, his eyes deep and firm. Nowadays, holographic projection technology is extremely advanced. Every detail is clearly visible, and even the wrinkles on his collar can be seen clearly. The soldiers shouted fanatically, "Speaker! Speaker!" The sound was like a mountain call and a tsunami, overwhelming, shaking the entire parade ground slightly. Chapter 21, a pub-style speech. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted a single name in unison, a wave of sound that made one's blood boil and scalp tingle. The soldiers' eyes were filled with adoration and fanaticism. It was reverence from the bottom of their hearts. It was not something that could be bought with power or coercion. Chen Yu listened to the heartfelt shouts of the soldiers, feeling deeply comforted. His gaze swept across the sea of black heads before him, over those young and determined faces, and a warm current welled up in his heart. As expected, the brothers are the ones I can rely on. They are much more considerate than that woman, Yali. These were the people truly worthy of his trust. They were the ones who would truly stand by his side when he needed them. They would not betray him, would not complain, and would not stab him in the back when he needed support the most. What they wanted was very simple. If you treat them well, they will entrust their lives to you. Immediately, he raised his hand slightly. It was just a simple gesture, without any superfluous words, without any deliberate show of authority. But the moment that hand was raised, the entire venue fell silent instantly. The shouts of hundreds of thousands of people seemed as if someone had pressed a pause button, coming to an abrupt end. The parade ground was deathly silent, with only the flapping sound of flags blowing in the night wind. The soldiers all looked at Chen Yu with excitement, their gazes burning and focused, fearing they might miss a single word he said. Chen Yu's voice rang out from the parade ground's broadcast system. The voice was low and powerful, carrying a strength that pierced through hearts, echoing in the night sky. Brothers, I am Chen Yu. His opening was simple to the extreme, there were no titles, no embellishments, only 3 words. Brothers. In an instant, the soldiers' eyes filled with hot tears. Did you hear that? The speaker called them brothers. Not soldiers, but brothers. The speaker is still the same speaker. He is the speaker who rolled and crawled on the training grounds with them. He is the speaker who fought side by side with them on the battlefield. He is the speaker who never treated them as tools or cannon fodder, but sincerely regarded them as brothers. However, they did not shout, instead, they continued to look at Chen Yu with excitement. They gritted their teeth, clenched their fists, and desperately held back their tears. Now is the time to listen to the speaker speak, not the time to cry. Chen Yu's voice continued, calm and firm, every word resounding with impact. Nowadays, certain vermin, bloodsuckers, and trash have been clinging to our Federation, sucking its blood. They are unwilling to watch as they can no longer control the Federation, control everything in the Federation. They delusionally want their legacy to be eternal. They delusionally want to stand on top of the people of the Federation. But they have forgotten. This is no longer their era. Now is the era of the people. His voice reverberated in the night sky, and every word struck the soldiers' hearts like a heavy hammer. Fury burned in the soldiers' eyes, their breathing became heavy, and the veins on their hands gripping their weapons bulged. Today, I, Chen Yu, feel deeply pained. Where does my pain lie? I am pained that they still want to stand on top of the people today. Do you agree to it? With the last 3 words, Chen Yu's voice rose abruptly, like a thunderclap. The soldiers roared in unison. No. The sound was like a volcanic eruption. The wave of sound from hundreds of thousands of people roaring at once was enough to make the earth tremble. No. These 3 words were not shouted, they burst forth from their chests, exploding from the depths of their souls. Chen Yu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and then he bowed deeply. I ask you all, for the future of the Federation, for the future of the people, follow me to seek justice. His body bent at a right angle, and he did not straighten up for a long time. That was the speaker bowing to the soldiers. It was Chen Yu entrusting his mission to his brothers. The soldiers raised the soul guidance weapons in their hands and roared in unison. Seek justice. Seek justice. Countless soul guidance rifles pointed toward the night sky, refracting cold light under the illumination. The sound was like a tsunami, like an earthquake. Wave after wave, each louder than the last. Resounding through the clouds, heading straight into the sky. The holographic projection slowly dissipated. Chen Yu's figure disappeared from the podium. But the battle intent that had been ignited was like a prairie fire, burning fiercely in the heart of every soldier, never to be extinguished again. And at this moment, the 7 great legions that had been ignited also began their strike. The gates of the Qishan military camp slowly opened, and the vanguard of the Central Legion moved out first. Military soul guidance combat vehicles formed a long dragon, the roar of their engines deafening. In the sky, hundreds of military soul guidance aircraft formations ascended, their warning lights flickering in the night sky like a flowing river of light. The Southern Legion, Western Legion, Northwestern Legion, Tianai Navy, East Sea Navy, North Sea Navy. The 7 great legions, from 7 directions, rushed toward their respective targets. The 4 legions, Central, Southern, Western, and Northwestern, marched toward Shrek City. That terrifying torrent of steel surged through the night, like 4 giant dragons pouncing on their prey from all directions. The 3 great navies, Tianai, East Sea, and North Sea, turned their ships and headed at full speed toward Tianai City. The massive warships cleaved through the waves under the moonlight, leaving behind trails of white foam. At this moment, the entire Federation was trembling before this power. Soon, the Sea God Pavilion was brightly lit once again. The lights emitted a warm glow in the night. But that warmth failed to disperse the chill permeating the hall in the slightest. Rapid footsteps broke the usual tranquility of the Sea God Pavilion, as the elders rushed over from their respective residences. Some were disheveled, some were pale, and some had even arrived in a rush without properly putting on their shoes. After receiving the message, they had immediately rushed here, and the expressions on their faces were grimmer than the last. Sect Master Zhang Xin was also among them. He sat at one side of the long table, his hands crossed on the table, his expression uncertain, with faint bloodshot eyes. From the time the Tang sect was accused of treason until now, he had barely closed his eyes. The fate of the Tang sect, the fate of Shrek, and his own fate were all hanging on those 7 legions that were currently marching. At this moment, there was a trace of deep fear in everyone's eyes. That fear was not the kind they had felt when the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was annihilated. Back then, they were angry and shocked, but deep down, they didn't feel that the fire would burn them. But now, the 7 great legions were marching toward Shrek City and Tianai City, and the muzzles of their cannons were already aimed in their direction. The fire had already reached their doorstep, and they could no longer view all of this with the mindset of bystanders. They had not expected that even with so many factions speaking out, Chen Yu would still obstinately insist on mobilizing the 7 great legions. Chapter 22, Shifting Blame, Speaking Through Strength. Those great families, those sects, those so-called experts, those incited masses. All of their voices combined could not make Chen Yu take even half a step back. Not only did he not retreat, but he intensified his actions, directly flipping the table. What on earth is he trying to do? Is he crazy? At this moment, an elder finally couldn't hold back anymore. He turned his head, his gaze piercing toward Zhou Shi like a knife, his tone filled with obvious dissatisfaction and accusation. Zhou Shi, look at your plan. Not only did it fail to solve the problem, but it directly caused Chen Yu to declare war on us. His voice was sharp and piercing, echoing back and forth within the Sea God Pavilion. Although the other elders didn't speak, their gazes turned toward Zhou Shi in unison. Some carried reproach, some carried helplessness, and some simply wanted to find an object to vent their frustrations on. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shi coldly snorted, his face turning livid, his chest heaving violently. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and raged. What could I do? That guy is just a lunatic. His voice carried anger, but also a hint of helplessness that he himself was unwilling to admit. He thought there was strength in numbers. He thought Chen Yu would care about public opinion. He thought that within the rules, it was their home turf. But he was wrong. Chen Yu didn't care about public opinion at all. He didn't care about any rules at all. If he wanted to fight, he fought. If he wanted to mobilize the 7 great legions, he mobilized the 7 great legions. So what if the whole world opposed him? At this moment, everyone's expressions were grave. They also hadn't expected that in such a situation, Chen Yu would actually directly mobilize the 7 great legions. The 7 great legions, 7/8 of the Federation's military power, had just poured out in full force like this. This was tearing off the mask completely with them. No probing, no pressure, not even any bargaining. Instead, he started a war directly. At this moment, one elder's lips trembled slightly, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the tabletop, making a faint and rapid sound. Another elder closed his eyes, his brows furrowed, as if thinking about something, or perhaps as if avoiding something. Others kept their heads down, saying nothing, just staring blankly at the wood grain on the table. At this time, Kai Yue spoke. Her voice was low and hoarse, carrying a sense of long-suppressed dissatisfaction and gloom. I said it back then, there should have been Shrek's own people within the 8 great legions. If you had listened, how would we have fallen into this state now? At this moment, her gaze swept coldly over everyone present. In her eyes, there was both anger and a sense of superiority of, I told you so. She wore a plain-colored robe, her silver hair combed meticulously, her aged face revealing a sharp, fierce aura. An elder heard this, sneered, and retorted unceremoniously. Kai Yue, you make it sound simple. Back then, several of the 8 great legions were always under our command. If it weren't for that guy, Chen Yu, conducting rotations for training within the 8 great legions and kicking our people out, we wouldn't be in this situation now. His voice carried mockery, clearly unimpressed by Kai Yue's "I told you so." Anyone can be a Monday morning quarterback. The problem was that they had indeed tried back then, but they just hadn't succeeded. Kai Yue looked at him, her face darkening, and retorted. "What do you mean? Didn't I suggest reassigning people in there back then? You didn't accomplish it yourselves, so what does that have to do with me?" Her voice raised a few decibels, carrying obvious displeasure. In her view, she had proposed the correct suggestion, and the failure to execute it was someone else's problem. She wouldn't take the blame for this. At this moment, another elder sighed softly, shook his head, his tone full of helplessness. "How can this be blamed on us? Back then, because of Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, we broke off relations with the Spirit Pagoda. If it weren't for that guy, Chenggu Dongfang, constantly blocking us from interfering, we would have successfully arranged our own people long ago." When he mentioned the words, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, his voice dropped significantly, and his eyes flickered a bit. Nowadays, although Supreme Elder Long Yeyu was already dead, her remaining prestige still lingered. Even the elders present dared not casually judge her actions. Once these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. The Sea God Pavilion fell into a silence that was oppressive to the extreme, and even the sound of breathing became exceptionally clear. Mentioning Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, no one knew what to say. That lawless Grand Elder, that light and dark Douluo who would rush into the Spirit Pagoda and slap people at the slightest disagreement. That legendary figure who had allowed Shrek Academy to run rampant across the entire continent for decades. When she was alive, no one dared to say a single word against her. But she died, and the mess she left behind weighed down on everyone's heads. If it hadn't been for her breaking relations with the Spirit Pagoda, Chenggu Dongfeng wouldn't have opposed Shrek at every turn, and they would have been able to smoothly insert their own people into the 8 great legions. They wouldn't have been completely helpless when Chen Yu made his move. They wouldn't be in this situation now, besieged in Shrek City by the 7 great legions, unable to do anything. But what can be done now? Supreme Elder Long Yeyu died long ago. Even blaming her was useless now. At this moment, the people of Shrek finally realized how big of a mess the lawless Grand Elder, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, had left for them. When she was alive, Shrek was powerful, prestigious, and arrogant because of her. After she died, Shrek had to pay the price for her past willfulness and tyranny. You reap what you sow. It's just that this fruit was a bit too bitter. The silence lasted for a long time. Finally, Ming spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried a steady power, breaking the dead silence in the Sea God Pavilion. "Everyone, there is no need to panic. So what if Chen Yu has mobilized the 7 great legions? In the end, we still have to rely on strength to speak." He sat in the main seat, his body slightly leaning forward, his hands folded on the table, his gaze calm and firm. At this moment, there was not a trace of panic in his expression, as if it wasn't Shrek Academy that was besieged by the 7 great legions, but some insignificant little place. Once these words were spoken, everyone's eyes brightened slightly. Those lowered heads were lifted, and those dim eyes rekindled with the light of hope. That's right, so what of the 7 great legions? Those ordinary soldiers, those mechs, those soul guidance artillery platforms, in front of truly top-tier powerhouses, were nothing more than a pile of ants that could be crushed with a wave of the hand. On the Douluo Continent, in the end, it still comes down to speaking with strength. And Shrek Academy is not lacking in strength at all. At this moment, Ming looked confident, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a smile of being well prepared. Just watch. When the time comes and Chen Yu is stuck in a predicament, that will be the time for our counterattack. His confidence was not put on, it was the foundation that stemmed from his strength. He is the sky-supporting Douluo, a peak quasi-god, and exists at the very pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. Even if Chen Yu's strength were truly above his, killing him would still be an impossible task. And as long as he does not fall, the spine of Shrek will not fall. Chapter 23, 4 Great Legions, Troops at the City Gates. Upon hearing this, the gloom on everyone's faces vanished. They stood up one after another and cupped their hands in salute, saying, "Pavilion Master is wise." The voice was uniform and resonant, carrying a rekindled sense of fighting spirit and confidence. Soon, the Central Legion, Southern Legion, Western Legion, and Northwestern Legion completely surrounded Shrek City from 4 directions. Outside Shrek City, on the endless plains, a torrent of steel surged forward like a tide. The Central Legion's tank phalanx advanced from the east. The pitch-black tanks formed a long dragon, their cannon barrels pointing toward Shrek City, reflecting a cold glint under the sunlight. The Southern Legion pressed in from the south. Their tanks were painted with grass-green camouflage, blending in with the vegetation on the plains. The Western Legion closed in from the west. They brought the most advanced spirit tool artillery, which were being set up one by one on the high ground outside the city. The Northwestern Legion blocked from the north. They were the first troops to arrive and had already constructed a temporary blockade line. The flags of the 4 great legions snapped in the wind, and the soldiers' uniforms were uniform, forming an overwhelming, murderous aura. In the sky, tens of thousands of military spirit tool aircraft circled in vigilance, sealing off the entire sky above Shrek City tightly. Without the permission of the federal military, not even a mosquito could fly out. At the same time, the 3 great navies, Tianai, Beihai, and Donghai, had all arrived outside Tianai City. Tianai City is a coastal city. It is surrounded by land on 3 sides and faces the sea on one side. At this moment, on that stretch of sea, federal naval warships were densely anchored. The massive hulls rose and fell on the sea, and the cannon barrels were neatly pointed toward Tianai City. The Tianai Navy blockaded the port. The Beihai Navy blockaded the northern shipping lanes. The Donghai Navy occupied the southern sea area. The 3 navies were like 3 iron locks, tightly locking Tianai City from the sea. According to intelligence, the Tang sect had a secret research facility beneath Tianai City, which contained various ships and submarines. Those things were the tools the Tang sect used to transport resources to the Star Luo Empire and the Douling Empire. Now, the 3 great navies had surrounded this sea area so tightly that no ship or submarine could slip out of it. At the same time, the administrator of Tianai City was now beginning to evacuate the citizens under the orders of Chen Yu. The guard units began to go through the streets and alleys, playing evacuation notices over and over again using loudspeaker spirit tools. The citizens, with their families in tow and carrying their valuables, moved toward the outskirts of the city or to shelters along the designated routes. Although some complained and were dissatisfied, the entire process was still orderly. After all, this was an official order from the Federation, and it was for the sake of their safety. No one knew what would happen next, but everyone could feel that a storm was approaching. Meanwhile, in Shrek City, above the East City Gate, dozens of streaks of light shot into the sky. They traced brilliant trails of light in the sky. There were golden, blue, red, and cyan lights, with various colors of spirit power intertwining to render the entire sky dreamlike. Each streak of light represented a powerhouse at the titled Douluo level. Dozens of people ascended simultaneously, and that momentum caused the citizens in Shrek City to kneel on the ground, not daring to look up. Ming took the lead and stood at the very front. He wore a moon-white robe, his sleeves snapping in the wind, his long hair draped over his shoulders, his expression cold and majestic. Behind him, Sect Master Zhang Xin was half a step behind, his face gloomy, his eyes filled with hatred. Further back, the various elders of Shrek Academy and the elders of the Tang sect stood in the air, forming a strict formation. For a moment, titled Douluo-level powerhouses gathered above the East City Gate of Shrek City, their aura surging to the heavens. On the plains outside the city, the tank phalanxes of the 4 great legions remained motionless, their cannon barrels all pointing toward the sky. The soldiers looked up at the dozens of figures in the sky, their faces showing no fear, only vigilance and determination. At this moment, in the military camp on the ground, a figure shot into the sky. General Yu Guanji was the first to ascend. He wore a crisp general's uniform, the stars on his chest shining, his spirit power surging around him, his aura like a rainbow. Behind him, the two deputy legion commanders followed closely, and further back were several officers at the titled Douluo level. Dozens of figures also rose one after another from the encampments of the four great legions, assembling behind General Yu Guanji to stand in a standoff with the Shrek group in the sky. Although their comprehensive combat power was not as high as their opponents, their aura was not weak in the slightest. Because, it was the aura of a battle-hardened army. It was the aura of those who disregarded life and death. It was the aura of having the entire Federation standing behind them. Ming looked at General Yu Guanji, his gaze calm, even carrying a hint of careless contempt. A mere 4-limit Douluo, 8 super Douluo, plus 20-something titled Douluo. It was not worth him expending much effort. In his eyes, these people were not much different from ants. He could slap a whole group of them to death with one palm. At this moment, Sect Master Zhang Xin, who was behind Ming, stepped forward. He flew forward half a body length to stand side by side with Ming, looking coldly at General Yu Guanji, his voice carrying a condescending tone of interrogation. General Yu Guanji, you are, after all, a member of the Federal Yu family. Now, do you really intend to follow Chen Yu down this path to the end? His tone carried a hint of frustration, as if General Yu Guanji had done something rebellious. In Sect Master Zhang Xin's view, General Yu Guanji came from a noble family and should naturally stand on the side of the noble families, on the side of Shrek Academy, and on the side of the Tang sect. Yet he had chosen Chen Yu. He had chosen that speaker who came from a humble background. He had chosen to be an enemy of his own background and class. Upon hearing this, General Yu Guanji's face showed no anger, no agitation, only a faint pity. He looked at Sect Master Zhang Xin as if looking at an ignorant child, his tone calm and firm. Sect Leader Zhang Xin, don't you know? When I, General Yu Guanji, joined the army, I was always a soldier under the speaker. So even if I, General Yu Guanji, die here today, I will never betray the speaker. His voice was not loud. But every word was powerful and resonant. The officers behind him, upon hearing this, immediately straightened their backs, their eyes filled with admiration. This was their legion commander. This was the soldier the speaker had trained. Sect Master Zhang Xin's face darkened, anger rising in his eyes, and his voice raised by several octaves. Ignorant. Absurd. What kind of soul-bewitching soup did Chen Yu feed you all that you have all lost your status? In Sect Master Zhang Xin's perception, the status of a noble family was above everything else. Bloodline, spirit, family background, these were the standards for measuring a person's value. Chapter 24, As You Wish, I, the speaker, have arrived. Chen Yu was just a commoner. What right did he have to make the direct descendants of the Yu family so devoted to him? He did not understand. But he did not intend to understand either. General Yu Guanji did not speak. He merely looked at Sect Master Zhang Xin calmly, his eyes devoid of mockery, holding only a faint sense of weariness. Because he had nothing to say to this group of people. They would never understand that in this world, there was something called loyalty, something called trust, and something called following the right person to do the right thing. And these things could not be possessed simply through bloodline and legacy. At this moment, Ming spoke. His voice was steady and distant, carrying a condescending composure, as if he were speaking to an ignorant child. Let Chen Yu come out. Surely he wouldn't have you four great legions surround Shrek while he himself cowers in the rear. A provocation. A very common provocation at that. But it was extremely effective. Because this sentence did not insult Chen Yu's combat power. It insulted Chen Yu's dignity. A leader who could command the 8 great legions to lay down their lives for him could never tolerate being called someone who cowers in the rear. Upon hearing this, General Yu Guanji's expression turned solemn. He did not respond to Ming's words, but instead turned toward the northwest and bowed respectfully. He bent his waist very low. Because that was respect from the bottom of his heart. The titled Douluo officers behind him also turned toward the northwest in unison, following General Yu Guanji's movement, and bowed deeply. Ming's pupils constricted, and a sense of alarm suddenly arose in his heart. At that moment, his gaze followed the direction of General Yu Guanji's bow, looking toward the northwestern horizon. In an instant, A glimmer of light appeared on the northwestern horizon. That light was initially very faint and shallow, like the first ray of dawn rising on a distant horizon. But it expanded at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a brilliant sea of light, illuminating the entire northwestern sky as bright as day. Within that light, contained an aura that made one's soul tremble. It was as if an invisible giant hand had pressed down from beyond the heavens, shrouding the entire world. Instantly, the majestic aura surged toward Ming and the others. Boom! The aura was tangible, like an invisible giant mountain descending from the sky, pressing down upon every single person. The people from Shrek only felt a tightness in their chests and their breath hitching, even the circulation of their spirit power came to a halt. Some turned pale, some swayed, and some even involuntarily took half a step back. Boom! The shockwave of the aura exploded in the sky, stirring up a visible ripple of chi. That ripple of chi spread in all directions, tearing the clouds in the sky to shreds. Everyone's faces turned white, revealing expressions of fear. That fear seemed to be an instinctual reaction from the depths of their soul. It was like a rabbit meeting a tiger, or a bird meeting a hawk. It was the innate fear of low-level life forms facing high-level life forms. Ming gritted his teeth, unleashing his own aura with all his might. His body trembled, the veins on his forehead bulged, his hands were clenched into fists, and his bones made cracking sounds. A majestic aura erupted from within him, barely managing to open an invisible barrier in front of him, blocking that terrifying aura for the people behind him. But at this moment, Ming's eyes also revealed disbelief. How could this be? That guy Chen Yu actually managed to force him to this point, relying solely on his aura. But he and Chen Yu were both peak quasi-gods. Even if Chen Yu's strength was above his, there shouldn't be such a huge gap. Yet the facts were right before his eyes. Chen Yu hadn't even appeared, and the mere aura of his arrival was already enough to force Ming to use all his strength just to barely resist. No, this was impossible. Ming screamed in his heart, but his body honestly told him, this was the truth. The next second, Chen Yu arrived. Within the sea of light in the northwest, a figure slowly emerged. He stepped out. Each step spanned a distance of several miles, and each step left a faint ripple in the void realm. His posture was as upright as a mountain, his face dignified, and his deep eyes reflected all things in the world, as if everything in this world was under his control. His figure appeared in front of General Yu Guanji, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at Ming and the others, his demeanor incomparably dignified. Ming, as you wish. I, the speaker, have arrived. There was no emotion in that voice, as flat as if he were saying the weather was nice today. But it was precisely this flatness that made Ming feel even more uneasy. At this moment, Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and tried his best to make his voice sound steady. He looked at Chen Yu and said in a deep voice, Chen Yu, what exactly are you trying to do? And even if you have mobilized the 7 great legions, or even the 8 great legions, so what? On the Douluo Continent, the true high-level combat power is all concentrated within the aristocratic families, the sects, and the academies. If we fight to the death, you won't get any benefit either. His voice carried a warning, as well as a hint of probing. He wanted to know where Chen Yu's bottom line was. He wanted to know what Chen Yu really wanted. If Chen Yu just wanted a way out, he could provide it. But if he wanted Shrek's life, then he would have no choice but to fight with his life. Do you not know what I want to do? Chen Yu looked puzzled, as if Ming had asked a very stupid question. Immediately, his expression became serious, his gaze fixed directly on Ming, and he said word by word. Hand over Sect Master Zhang Xin, and let the Federation purge that treasonous organization, the Tang Sect, to set things right. I will naturally let the legions retreat. His tone was unquestionable. Clearly, there was no room for negotiation between the two parties. Ming's expression was extremely ugly, he gritted his teeth, his voice filled with obvious anger. This is impossible, and the Tang Sect is not a treasonous organization. Chen Yu, are you even going to slander the Tang Sect for your own benefit? Slander. Chen Yu let out a cold snort of disdain, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. I only care about evidence when I do things. Yun Ming, you know this in your heart. What's more, when the Tang sect's secret base in Tianai City is exposed to all the people of the Federation, guess, who will still believe your words then? His voice was unhurried, every word like a knife, precisely stabbing into Sect Master Zhang Xin's heart. Sect Master Zhang Xin's face was already as white as paper, his lips trembling slightly, but he could not say a word. And as soon as these words were spoken, Yunming suddenly revealed a strange expression. He looked at Chen Yu, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, a flash of smugness and mockery appearing in his eyes. That expression was like a hunter watching prey step into a trap he had carefully set, carrying a composure of certain victory. That would also require being able to search it. His voice carried a meaningful smile, as if to say, you think only you know how to arrange a backup plan. Chapter 25, The Third Peak Quasi-God, Chen Xinji enters the stage. Meanwhile, in the sea area outside Tianai City, on the vast ocean, the waves were sparkling, and the sea breeze was blowing. At this moment, the fleets of the three great navies were neatly lined up on the sea surface, their cannons pointed in unison toward the direction of Tianai City, and the soldiers stood ready. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the edge where the sea met the sky. It was a lonely figure, walking on the waves from the distant sea. His steps were very slow, and every time he stepped down, ripples would spread across the sea beneath his feet. Behind him, tens of thousands of spirit beasts followed, emitting joyful cries. Those spirit beasts were of many kinds and varied in size. They crowded around that figure, like subjects surrounding a monarch. This person was like a son of the ocean. He wore a deep blue robe, his sleeves fluttering in the sea breeze, and his long, deep blue hair draped over his shoulders, his eyes filled with a pride that looked down upon the world. He was none other than the Chen Xinji. Instantly, all the detection spirit tools of the three great navies sounded an alarm simultaneously. The three legion commanders saw the figure of Chen Xinji almost at the same time, their pupils shrinking suddenly. They knew too well how terrifying Chen Xinji was. His spirit was the ocean, on the sea, his combat power could double, and his strength was extremely terrifying. And to fight against a peak quasi-god who possessed an ocean spirit on the sea was simply courting death. Even if the three great navies fought to the death, it might not be enough to kill him. At this moment, the gazes of the three were very grave. They looked at each other and saw the same worry in each other's eyes. But they did not retreat. They were the legion commanders of the Federal Navy, behind them was the Speaker's order and the dignity of the Federation. Even when facing a peak quasi-god, they would never retreat even half a step. Meanwhile, all the warships entered combat status simultaneously. The barrels of the Spirit Tool artillery turrets turned in unison, locking onto that figure on the sea surface. The energy cores operated at high speed, and blinding light began to gather at the muzzles. The soldiers' fingers rested on the triggers. Their heartbeats were like beating drums, but their eyes were exceptionally firm. But Chen Xinji looked at the actions of the three great navies with disdain. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. A mere few dozen warships, a mere dozen titled Douluo-level legion commanders, and they dared to aim their cannons at him. How ridiculous. On the sea, he was a god, he was the dominator. In his eyes, these warships were nothing more than a pile of toys that could be shattered with a casual wave of his hand. At this moment, a trace of relief and arrogance revealed itself in his eyes. More than 40 years ago, he served as the Legion commander of the Tianai Legion. That was the most glorious time of his life. He commanded the most powerful naval fleet of the Federation, traversing the 4 seas and sweeping away all obstacles. But the good times did not last. That guy, Chen Yu, actually kicked him straight out of the Tianai Legion. Without any reason, without any explanation. Just a simple transfer order. Removed him from his position as Legion commander. At that time, he was furious. He wanted to find Chen Yu to argue, to demand an explanation, but unfortunately, he could not beat Chen Yu, so he could only endure it. He had held that breath in for more than 40 years. And for these 40+ years, he had been thinking about getting his own back every single moment. Every single moment, he had been thinking about letting Chen Yu taste the feeling of being humiliated as well. And now, Chen Yu was even more ruthless, killing his beloved, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu. Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, the woman with whom he had an unforgettable relationship. The woman who had once almost made him willing to give up everything. The woman who would forever occupy a special place in his heart. Just like that, was nailed to death by a single shot from Chen Yu. This was the hatred of killing his wife, an irreconcilable feud. Now, he had joined forces with Yun Ming, and he was determined to make Chen Yu pay. Meanwhile, outside Shrek City, when Yun Ming said those words, Chen Yu's expression did not change. He still looked at Yun Ming indifferently, his gaze as calm as water, as if what Yun Ming said was just insignificant nonsense. There was no surprise in his eyes, not even the slightest ripple. It was as if he had long known that Yun Ming would say this, and had long known that Chen Shinji would come. Yun Ming, you don't think that by calling Chen Shinji, you can make this speaker miscalculate, do you? Chen Yu's voice was not loud, and his speaking speed was not fast, but every word carried a bone-chilling coldness. When he said this, he didn't even glance in the direction of Tian'ai City. It was as if that so-called Chen Shinji was not worth even an extra glance from him. Yun Ming's expression changed. His pupils shrank suddenly, the smug smile at the corner of his mouth froze on his face, and his whole person felt as if he had been doused with a basin of cold water. He did not expect that Chen Yu would have calculated even this. He thought that Chen Shinji was his trump card for turning the tables in a desperate situation. It was the horn for his counterattack. It was his secret weapon to catch Chen Yu off guard. But now, Chen Yu's reaction told him. Everything was within Chen Yu's expectations. Yun Ming opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. His brain was spinning rapidly, trying to find flaws in Chen Yu's words, trying to find loopholes in his own plan. But the more he thought, the more confused he became, the more he thought, the more he felt something was wrong. What else had Chen Yu arranged? What other trump cards did he still have? Regarding this, Chen Yu also looked helpless. He could tell. Yun Ming had been a peak quasi-god for too long, and his brain had somewhat degenerated, he was purely just a hired thug. As the Sea God Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy, a powerhouse standing at the very top of the continent, Yun Ming's strength was beyond doubt. But when it came to strategy, calculation, and planning, he was really not up to the task. But it was also very normal. If only Yun Ming were a little smarter. In the original work, Shrek Academy would not have been easily destroyed by the combined forces of Chenggu Dongfeng and the Holy Spirit cult. That catastrophe, Shrek Academy's foundation of 20,000 years was destroyed in an instant, countless powerhouses fell, countless classics were burned, and the once Spirit Master Holy Land turned into ruins. But when looking for the cause, wasn't it just because the upper echelons of Shrek Academy were too arrogant, too self-righteous, and too contemptuous of others? After all, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu did slap Spirit Pagoda Master Chenggu Dieting. That slap did not just hit Spirit Pagoda Master Chenggu Dieting's face. It was a slap to the face of the entire family, a slap to the face of the entire Spirit Pagoda. Spirit Pagoda Master Chenggu Dieting was the Spirit Pagoda Master, the head of the family, and one of the most powerful figures on the continent. Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's slap was equivalent to telling the whole world. Shrek Academy could humiliate the Spirit Pagoda at will, and they simply did not put the family in their eyes. Even if, in the end, Spirit Pagoda Master Chenggu Dieting let Supreme Elder Long Yeyu off because of the previous Sea God Pavilion Master, Elder Bei. But this did not mean that the grudges between them were wiped out just like that. Chapter 26, Want to turn federal property into private property. Elder Bei's face could only protect Supreme Elder Long Yeyu for a moment, not for a lifetime, and certainly not Shrek Academy for a lifetime. Although Spirit Pagoda Master Chenggu Dieting did not erupt at the time, he kept the humiliation of that slap in his heart, the Chenggu family kept it in their hearts, and the Spirit Pagoda kept it in their hearts as well. Yet Shrek remained accustomed to being high and mighty, showing absolutely no vigilance against the Spirit Pagoda and the Chenggu family. They assumed that since Elder Bei had come forward to apologize, this matter was considered settled. They assumed that because Spirit Pagoda Master Chenggu Dieting didn't flip out on the spot, it meant the Chenggu family had backed down. They assumed that Shrek's 20,000 years of glory were enough to make everyone fear them. In the end, this very arrogance invited a catastrophe. Unfortunately for them, he was not Yun Ming. Chen Yu would not make such low-level mistakes. He would not become arrogant just because of his own powerful strength. He would not forget the traps beneath his feet just because he stood on high ground. And he certainly would not lower his guard just because his opponent was temporarily silent. Over 40 years ago, he had only just become the speaker not long before. At that time, the Federation was far from as stable as it is now. The 8 great legions acted independently, the major noble families were deeply entrenched, and the 3 major forces, the Spirit Pagoda, Shrek, and the War God Temple, were locked in a struggle. The entire continent was like a giant powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. And he, a speaker who came from humble beginnings, had no background, no foundation, and the only capital he held in his hands was his own fists. And at that time, Chen Xinji had also just become the newly appointed commander of the Tian'ai Legion. Originally, he was confused as to why, in the original story, the 3 great navies of the Federation were the Sea God, East Sea, and North Sea Legions, while in reality, they were the Tian'ai, East Sea, and North Sea Legions. He had scoured a vast amount of historical data for this, wanting to find the reason, but he never found an answer. But soon, Chen Xinji showed him a display of his operations. At that time, Chen Xinji, in the name of the current head of the Sea God family, demanded that the Federation agree to rename the Tian'ai Legion to the Sea God Legion. He claimed it was to express gratitude for the Sea God's contributions to the Douluo Continent. He claimed it was to promote the Sea God's spirit of dedication. He claimed it was to let more people remember the Sea God's benevolence. It was all high-sounding rhetoric, flowery and deceptive. Regarding this, Chen Yu was simply amused. Leaving aside what contributions that Gai Tang-san made to the Douluo Continent. What is there to be grateful for regarding a divinity who, after ascending to godhood, ignored everything and allowed the continent to fall into the flames of war? What is there to remember about a father who abandoned his daughter in the lower realm and ignored her for decades? He was just curious. How could the face of Chen Xinji be so thick? With just a few words, he wanted to turn a federal legion into the private army of his Sea God family. Where in this world could such a good thing happen? While enjoying the Federation's resources, taking the Federation's military pay, and using the Federation's equipment. He wanted them to pledge loyalty to his Sea God family, obey his Sea God commands, and serve his Sea God interests. The sound of his abacus clicking could be heard all the way across Ming City. Of course, in the original story, this move by Chen Xinji was likely successful. After all, by the time the protagonist Tang Wulin appeared, there was only the name of the Sea God Legion. And in the original story, no one felt there was any problem with this. Furthermore, no one felt there was anything inappropriate about a federal legion bearing the name of a private family. But he was not those people from the original story. He felt there was a huge problem. Therefore, he refused. Moreover, he not only refused but also removed Chen Xinji from his position as commander of the Tian'ai Legion and replaced him with his own people. He also took the opportunity to carry out a massive purge of the entire federal army system, kicking out those officers who were eating from the inside out and those whose hearts were not with the Federation. Chen Xinji hated him, and he knew it. Chen Xinji had been looking for a chance to take revenge, he knew that too. He even knew from the very beginning that Chen Xinji would join forces with Yun Ming. But he did not care. It could be said that the entire period of Legend of the Dragon King was a history of Shrek Academy and its allies sucking the blood of the Federation. They used the Federation's resources to fatten themselves, ensuring their own legacy lasted for 10,000 years, keeping the noble families standing for 10,000 years, and letting the sects endure for 10,000 years. But behind that, were the people of the Federation who were reduced to fuel generation after generation. Those children of commoners, those ordinary soldiers, the hard-earned money of those taxpayers. All turned into Shrek Academy's battle armor, turned into the Tang sect spirit tool, and turned into the heaven and earth treasure of the major noble families. You must know, over 6,000 years ago, The 8 great legions of the Federation were powerful legions capable of fighting a fierce war against the endless abyssal army of the Abyss Plane. But 6,000 years later, the 8 great legions were not only not stronger, but actually weaker. Don't you see, in the original story, the Northern Legion, as one of the 8 great legions, had its defense line broken so easily when facing a small vanguard of the Abyss Plane. The Abyss Plane hadn't even used its full strength yet. The Northern Legion's defense line had already collapsed. In fact, if Tang Wulin hadn't come to support them, the Northern Legion would have been completely wiped out on the spot. And this is actually one of the Federation's 8 great legions. Don't you find it ridiculous? A legion that had been supported by the Federation for thousands of years was beaten to pieces by a group of abyssal creatures. Where did the resources go? Where did the strong go? Where did those huge sums of money, allocated from the federal treasury year after year, actually flow into whose pockets? But he had arrived, since he, Chen Yu, had undergone transmigration to the Douluo Continent. Since he had become the Speaker of the Federation. Since he held the power in his hands to change everything. Then, such injustices. He would destroy every single one he saw. He wanted to see whether the heads of this garbage that sucked blood from the Federation were harder, or if his blade was sharper. At this moment, Chen Yu's gaze fell upon Yun Ming. His eyes were as calm as before. But that invisible pressure became a few degrees heavier, pressing down on the people behind Yun Ming until they could barely breathe. Yun Ming. Chen Yu's voice was as calm as water. You still have one last chance. Hand over Sect Master Zhang Xin and cooperate with the Federation to purge the Tang sect. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. There was no threat or warning in his words, just a statement of fact. That calm tone was more terrifying than any threat. Yun Ming gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. His gaze met Chen Yu's, and struggle, hesitation, unwillingness, and anger flashed in his eyes. Countless emotions intertwined, shifting uncertainly across his face. No. Yun Ming's voice was hoarse and low, but exceptionally firm. Impossible. Chen Yu nodded slightly, not saying another word. Immediately, his gaze swept past Yun Ming, over the sky of Shrek City, and toward the distant northwest. That was the direction of Tian'ai City. At this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile with an ambiguous meaning. The good show had only just begun. Chapter 27. Willing to die for the Speaker, all forces attack. Meanwhile, outside Tian'ai City, above the sea, the night was like ink, and the sea was surging with waves. The soul-guided searchlights of the 3 great navies illuminated the entire sea area as bright as day. Cannon stood like a forest, and the air was filled with a thick smell of gunpowder and a murderous atmosphere. The gaze of Chen Xinji swept across the 3 great navies. His eyes held a condescending contempt, as if he were looking at a group of ants who did not know death from life. A moment later, Chen Xinji spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it resounded through the sky like thunder, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Retreat. 2 words, simple, direct, and unquestionable. The voice carried a natural majesty, as if the ocean itself was issuing an order, making people want to obey involuntarily. But the 3 legion commanders had grave expressions and did not order the fleets to retreat. They stood in the command rooms of their respective flagships, looking at that upright figure on the sea surface through the soul-guided screens, their faces as heavy as iron. But that was not sweat of fear. It was the sweat of pressure and determination. At this moment, the Legion commander of the Tian'ai Legion slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers in the command room behind him. His eyes were calm and firm, as if he was making a final confirmation, or perhaps looking for some kind of support. And when his gaze fell upon them, the soldiers all stared straight at him, their eyes full of seriousness and determination. No one flinched. No one dodged. No one had fear or hesitation on their faces. They stood there, their backs straight, their eyes like torches, as if they were telling their legion commander with their eyes. "We are ready." He did not ask, because he had already seen it in the soldiers' eyes. These young people, these veterans who had followed him for many years, these children who had gathered from all over the Federation to the Tian'ai Legion. They had made their choice. They told him with their eyes. Legion Commander, give the order. At this time, commanders of the other fleets sent communications one after another. In the command room of the East Sea Fleet flagship, a middle-aged commander stood before the screen, his uniform stiff and straight, his face resolute, and his eyes burning with a fiery flame. He spoke to the screen, his voice steady and powerful. Tianai, this is East Sea. There is not a single person in my fleet who is afraid of death. The speaker has exhausted his heart and energy for us for decades, paying so much. How can we betray the speaker now? Let's fight it out with this villain, Chen Yu. In the command room of the North Sea Fleet flagship, an old commander with white hair stood before the screen. His face was covered in wrinkles, the marks left by decades of military life. His lips trembled slightly, but his voice was exceptionally firm. Tianai, this is North Sea. My North Sea Fleet is willing to be the vanguard. The speaker has been kind to us. We cannot be ungrateful. Even if this old man dies today, I will die on the road of charging. The Third Fleet, the Fourth Fleet, the Fifth Fleet. Commanders of various warships appeared on the screen one after another, some middle-aged, some young, some calm, some passionate. But their eyes all burned with the same flame, a kind of heat willing to go through fire and water for their faith. This is the Third Fleet, willing to follow the Legion Commander to a death battle. Fourth Fleet, obey orders. We are not afraid. Fifth Fleet, all personnel request to fight. Cries of, not afraid of death, and, willing to be the vanguard, came from the command rooms of various fleets, gathering into the command room of the Tianai Legion flagship through the soul-guided communication network. The sounds rose and fell, surging like the tide, shaking the very air of the entire command room. The Tianai Legion commander stood before the screen, looking at those familiar faces. Some were old classmates who graduated from the military academy with him. Some were young commanders he had promoted himself. Some were juniors he once thought were not mature or steady enough. But at this moment, their faces had only one expression: determination. His eyes turned red. He had been in the military for decades, seen countless life and death, experienced countless battles, and never had he been like this today. Not shedding tears because of fear, but shedding tears because of being moved. Immediately, he bowed deeply to everyone on the screen, to those soldiers willing to follow him to death. His waist bent very low, very low. That was not a bow from a legion commander to his subordinates, it was the respect of a general for his soldiers. A moment later, he straightened up, his gaze becoming serious, firm, and like a drawn sharp sword. He took a deep breath, his voice resounding through the entire command room, resounding through the entire fleet. All forces attack. With the order given, thousands of low-grade soul-guided shells were fired from the fleet simultaneously. At that moment, the entire sea area was illuminated. Countless rays of fire erupted from the ship cannons, trailing long flames, cutting through the night sky, like thousands of meteors streaking across the horizon simultaneously. The light was scorching and dazzling, illuminating the entire sea area as bright as day, making the night sky look dreamlike and illusory. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rang out one after another, like thunder cracking on the sea. Countless shells exploded around Chen Yu, drowning him in a sea of fire and smoke. The light of the various explosions made the night sky look even more dreamlike and illusory, as if the starry sky were brilliant. Countless rays of light, intertwined, colorful and dazzling. If it weren't for the thick smell of gunpowder permeating the air. If it weren't for the deafening explosions echoing in the ears. This scene would simply be like a grand fireworks display. But in reality, this was the horn of death. Every shell was a messenger of the Grim Reaper. Every ray of light was a swan song of life. Behind that brilliant scene was the will of tens of thousands of soldiers, the determination of the three great navies, and the roar of the entire Federal Navy. At the same time, the second batch of soul-guided shells continued to be fired. Without pause, not giving Chen Yu any chance to catch his breath. The first batch of shells was still flying in the air. The second batch of shells had already been fired from the gun barrels. Wave after wave, continuous and endless, surging like the tide. They intended to suppress Chen Yu with firepower. And this decision was correct. Because Chen Yu had not expected at the beginning that the three great navies would actually dare to attack him. He thought that with him, a peak quasi-god, sitting in town, with the intimidating reputation of the boundless sea Douluo, and the backing of the sea god family, even if the three great navies did not retreat obediently, at least they would not dare to open fire proactively. He thought that these ordinary soldiers would be afraid, these low-ranking officers would hesitate, and these fleet commanders would weigh the pros and cons. Therefore, he was unprepared. Caught off guard. Thousands of shells exploded around him simultaneously. He tried to use his mobility as a peak quasi-god to leave this sea area directly. But the continuous shells made it impossible for him to find any gap at all. Chapter 28, Sea God Helmet, Chen Yu arrives. He could only defend, to block the power of the spirit power artillery shells. At this moment, Chen Shinji's expression grew increasingly ugly, and the fury in his eyes burned ever brighter. The continuous barrage of shells from the three legions was now becoming a bit too much for him to handle. Although he was a peak quasi-god, and although he had an endless supply of spirit power on the vast sea, he was, after all, not a god. He could also grow tired, reach his limit, and feel exhausted from the continuous consumption. For those artillery shells, 1 or 2 meant nothing to him, 10 or 8 were nothing more than a tickle. But 3,000, 5,000, 8,000, continuous and endless. They were as overwhelming as a plague of locusts. This made it completely unbearable for him. And this made Chen Shinji angry. Arrogant. You are all so ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Chen Yu has actually taught you to have no sense of respect or inferiority, daring to even attack this seat. His voice exploded like thunder, sending visible ripples of sound waves across the surface of the sea. That voice carried anger, humiliation, and a fury born of being offended. He, the dignified boundless sea Douluo, the dignified peak quasi-god, the dignified war god temple hall master, was actually forced to such a state by a group of ants. This was simply a profound humiliation. Seeing this, Chen Shinji flipped his hands, and a deep blue helmet appeared between them. The helmet was deep blue, as if condensed from the purest seawater, with a faint halo flowing across its surface. Embedded at the top of the helmet was a fist-sized blue gemstone, emitting a soft and profound light, as if it contained the power of the entire ocean. This was none other than the Sea God helmet. But this Sea God helmet was not the original, it was a replica crafted by Tang San based on his own divine equipment. To ensure that the Sea God family could have enough power to maintain his faith in the Sea God. As Chen Shinji put on the Sea God helmet, the entire ocean seemed to begin obeying his commands. In that instant, the heavens and earth changed color. The originally calm sea surface began to churn violently, as if an invisible giant hand were stirring in the water. Huge waves rose one after another. From 10 meters to tens of meters, then to over 100 meters, getting higher and fiercer. The waves lashed against the hulls of the fleet, emitting dull roars. The ships shook violently in the giant waves, as if they could capsize at any moment. In the sky, dark clouds gathered from all directions, completely obscuring the moonlight and starlight. The clouds grew thicker and lower, pressing down until it was almost impossible to breathe. Lightning wove through the clouds, thunder exploded in the sky, and gale winds howled across the sea, whipping up wave after wave of giant swells. The ocean was furious. At this moment, the waves were like the fangs of a beast, lunging at the fleet wave after wave. And the fleet was shaken unsteadily because of this. The hundreds of meters-long giant warships were like tiny boats in the giant waves, tossed up and down, swaying from side to side. The hulls emitted harsh sounds of metal twisting, as if they might fall apart at any moment. Items inside the cabins rolled everywhere. Unsecured tables, chairs, equipment, and weapons all slid toward the side where the ship tilted. The soldiers could only hug the walls or grab onto anything they could reach to maintain their balance. Their faces were full of terror. But no one was screaming, no one was wailing. They gritted their teeth, endured their fear, and persisted in the giant waves. In an instant, the artillery fire stopped. It was not because the soldiers had retreated, but because the ships were shaking too violently to aim at all. The gunners were swayed left and right, and the images in their sights shook violently, making it impossible to lock onto targets. Even if they fired forcibly, the shells would deviate from the target by a huge margin, potentially even injuring friendly forces. The commanders gritted their teeth and ordered a suspension of the bombardment. At this moment, Chen Shinji's figure flashed, appearing on the other side of the fleet. His speed was astonishingly fast. 1 second, he was still directly in front of the fleet. The next second, he had already appeared on the left flank of the fleet. The waves churned beneath his feet, the gale howled beside him, and lightning struck above his head. He stood there, like the sea god descending to the mortal world, majestic and inviolable. He looked at the fleet arrogantly, the fury in his eyes having subsided, replaced by a condescending arrogance. His chin was slightly raised, a smug smile hanging at the corners of his mouth, as if victory were already in his grasp. This is the power of a god. You mortals dare to offend divine might. His voice echoed in the night sky, carrying an unquestionable majesty. But if you mortals kneel and beg for mercy, I can consider it, and forgive your disrespect. His words were full of a tone of charity. He gave these ordinary soldiers a chance. Kneel, admit your mistakes, and submit. As long as they bowed their heads, he could magnanimously let them go. And in his eyes, this was already the greatest mercy. The fleet remained silent. No one chose to kneel. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, staring fixedly at that figure, flames of defiance burning in their eyes. They could die, but they would not bow their heads to the enemy. The 3 legion commanders stood in the command room, looking at the high and mighty appearance of Chen Shinji through the spirit power screen, their faces livid. But there was no fear in their eyes, only anger and unwillingness. Just then, on the eastern horizon, a brilliant radiance suddenly lit up. It rose from the eastern horizon, growing brighter and brighter, more and more intense, dyeing the entire eastern sky gold. And within that light, there was a majesty that made one's soul tremble. As if the existence within that light was the supreme dominator between heaven and earth, and all things had to submit before him. A figure came stepping through the void realm. Step by step, unhurriedly. His feet stepped into the void realm, and with every step he took, a faint golden ripple would spread beneath his feet. His sleeves fluttered gently in the night wind, he released no spirit power fluctuations around him, yet he naturally exuded an aura that made the heavens and earth pale in comparison. He had arrived. Chen Yu had arrived. Chen Shinji looked at the newcomer and was stunned on the spot. His eyes widened round. At this moment, his face was filled with disbelief, and his whole person froze in place as if struck by lightning. He could not help but exclaim, "How is this possible? How could you be here?" His voice was full of shock and disbelief. Shouldn't Chen Yu be outside Shrek City confronting Yun Ming? Shrek City is thousands of miles away from Tianai City. Even if Chen Yu is a peak quasi-god, it is impossible to cover such a long distance in such a short time. What's more, Yun Ming should still be confronting Chen Yu over there. How could Chen Yu have gotten away? Unless, a thought that made him shudder surfaced in his mind. Unless, Chen Yu had intended to come and deal with him personally from the very beginning. Chapter 29, Seizing the Opportunity to Take Control of the War God Temple. At this moment, Chen Shinji's voice trembled slightly. He opened his mouth, but found he didn't know what to say. His mind was in chaos, countless thoughts intertwining and colliding within it, yet he couldn't make any sense of them. Chen Yu looked down at Chen Shinji from above. His expression was as calm as water, with no emotional fluctuation in his eyes, as if Chen Shinji's appearance was within his expectations, as if everything was under his control. He did not speak. He just quietly watched Chen Shinji. That gaze was so calm it was unsettling. At this moment, under Chen Yu's gaze, Chen Shinji felt his throat go dry. He felt an unprecedented pressure. It was not the look of an opponent looking at another opponent. It was the look of a high and mighty existence looking at an ant. He even felt that Chen Yu's gaze was heavier than the pressure brought by the sea god helmet. Finally, he forced himself to speak. Chen Yu, the war god temple has already united with Shrek. If you dare to hurt me, you will inevitably offend our 2 great powers. His voice carried a hint of trembling, but he still tried hard to maintain his dignity as a peak quasi-god. He mentioned the war god temple, he mentioned Shrek, and he mentioned these 2 great powers. He was reminding Chen Yu, you are not facing one person, but the 2 most powerful forces on the entire continent. Chen Yu smiled. That smile contained only mockery and disdain. He looked at Chen Xinji with contempt. Chen Xinji, if I remember correctly, the War God Temple belongs to the Federation, and for thousands of years, it has been provided with resources and cultivated by the Federation. Now, as the War God Hall Master, you have actually colluded with Shrek Academy to threaten this speaker. What? Did no one teach you how to sit? You can even sit crookedly. Every word he spoke was like a loud slap, fiercely striking Chen Xinji's face. Because what Chen Yu said was the truth. From the day the War God Temple was founded, it was the Federation's War God Temple. The War God Temple's resources came from the Federation, the War God Temple's talents came from the Federation, and everything the War God Temple had was given by the Federation. And Chen Xinji, as the War God Hall Master, ate the Federation's food, took the Federation's salary, and enjoyed the Federation's treatment, yet united with outsiders to threaten the Federation's speaker. If this isn't betrayal, what is? Chen Xinji's face immediately turned red, from his cheeks all the way to his ears. It was not the red of shyness, but the red of anger and embarrassment after being poked in a sore spot. His lips trembled, wanting to refute, but he couldn't find the right words for a moment. Finally, he stiffened his neck, his voice carrying a nearly hysterical lack of confidence. That is because you, Chen Yu, act perversely, killing innocent people without distinguishing right from wrong, and even taking action against forces like Shrek and Tang sect that have been passed down for 10,000 years. I am doing this for the good of the Federation. He said the 5 words, for the good of the Federation, extra loudly, as if as long as the voice was loud enough, it could cover up the hypocrisy within. Chen Yu listened to Chen Xinji's sophistry, the coldness in his eyes deepening. He did not rush to refute, just quietly watched Chen Xinji, looking at that face flushed with excitement. He suddenly felt it was ridiculous. These high and mighty family disciples, these pampered so-called experts, always had high-sounding reasons to package their selfishness. Was Chen Xinji really doing it for the good of the Federation? No, he was holding a grudge because he was kicked out of the Tian'ai Legion. He wanted to take revenge because of the death of Supreme Elder Long Yeyu. The so-called, for the good of the Federation, was just a fig leaf. Over these years, he had been busy with the Federation's livelihood and military affairs, and since Chen Xinji was, after all, the War God Hall Master, he could not easily dismiss him unless there was a major mistake. The War God Temple had the War God Temple's rules, and the military had the military's system. Although the two had intersections, they were ultimately two different sets of teams. As the speaker, he had absolute command over the military, but he did not have direct authority over the personnel appointments and removals of the War God Temple. That was a problem left over by history, and also a problem he hadn't had the time to solve. But now, Chen Xinji was so reckless, delivering himself to his door. This allowed him to take the opportunity to openly gather the power of the War God Temple back. Chen Xinji uniting with Shrek to oppose the Federation and oppose the speaker was an indisputable fact. With this handle in hand, he had enough reason and legitimacy to carry out a thorough purge of the War God Temple. But since that was the case, then Chen Xinji could not be kept. Chen Yu spoke slowly, his voice as calm as water, yet carrying a kind of irresistible majesty. Chen Xinji, the Federation people have all seen what this speaker has done. Whether I am right or wrong is not for you to decide. And now, you have violated the duties of the War God Hall Master. Therefore, this speaker declares, you were guilty. The last 3 words were like 3 heavy hammers, fiercely smashing into Chen Xinji's heart. A trace of fear flashed in Chen Xinji's eyes. He subconsciously took half a step back, his voice carrying a near-screaming hysteria. You were just the speaker. Chen Yu, you have no right to judge me. He was the War God Hall Master, a peak quasi-god, an existence standing at the top of the continent. In his cognition, no one could judge him, and no one could convict him. And although Chen Yu was powerful, his identity as the speaker was not enough to make him bow his head and plead guilty. But Chen Yu couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Chen Xinji anymore. His figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. Chen Xinji only felt a blur before his eyes, and an extremely terrifying sense of oppression rushed towards him. He didn't even have time to react. The next second, Chen Yu's figure appeared in front of Chen Xinji. He punched out. That punch was plain and unadorned. A simple punch. It blasted straight towards Chen Xinji's chest. In that instant, Chen Xinji felt that it was not Chen Yu punching him, but the whole world crushing down on him. That fist kept enlarging in his eyes, until it blotted out the sky and covered the sun, enveloping his whole person within it. He seemed to see a towering mountain peak, collapsing from the 9 heavens, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, burying him completely. He even forgot to resist. Because, in front of this majestic power, he could not make any move. He was like a rabbit stared at by a fierce tiger, only able to watch helplessly as the shadow of death enveloped him. Boom! The fist force exploded on Chen Xinji's chest. In that instant, the forward battle armor on Chen Xinji's body automatically activated, azure light bloomed on him, and the power of the sea god helmet was also desperately resisting. But all defenses in front of that fist force were as fragile as paper. The sound of the forward battle armor shattering was crisp and piercing, and the light of the sea god helmet instantly dimmed. Chen Xinji's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, drawing a long arc in the sky. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and he instantly lost consciousness, completely fainting. And this was just one punch. Chapter 30, Counting the Sins of Chen Xinji. A peak quasi-god. A powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the continent. A war god hall master who possessed a divine artifact for protection. Was just like that, blasted into a coma by a single punch. Without even putting up a decent fight. At this moment, from the fleet, several figures soared into the sky. Those were several titled Douluo-level officers who had been waiting for orders, waiting for the right moment to strike. They flew toward the direction where Chen Xinji had fallen and accurately caught his unconscious body. The movements were clean and efficient. Someone took out suppressors, placed them on the neck and wrists of Chen Xinji, and completely sealed his spirit power. These suppressors were specially researched and designed by the Federation for high-level spirit masters. Once worn, even a peak quasi-god could not mobilize a shred of spirit power. Chen Xinji was held up by several officers like an ordinary prisoner, hanging in midair. His head hung low, his long hair falling before his face, and he no longer possessed that air of looking down upon the world as he had before. Chen Yu withdrew his gaze. He did not look at Chen Xinji again. He did not intend to kill Chen Xinji right now. Killing a peak quasi-god was easy. He could do it with a wave of his hand. But dying as a peak quasi-god and dying as a traitor who was publicly tried and reviled by all the people of the Sun-Moon Federation were two completely different concepts. The former would only make Chen Xinji a tragic hero in the hearts of some. But the latter was the true victory, and it was also because Chen Xinji needed to die in a way that served his interests. Therefore, he would put Chen Xinji on trial before the eyes of all the people of the Sun-Moon Federation. And count all of his sins. Let everyone see clearly what kind of person this so-called vast sea Douluo really was. Let all the still wavering factions see clearly, standing on the opposite side of the Federation is the price. Then, carrying this overwhelming momentum, he would take control of the War God Temple. By then, no one would be able to oppose him, and no one would dare to oppose him. The War God Temple would truly become the Federation's War God Temple, and not the private property of some family or some faction. In the night sky, the dark clouds dispersed. The moonlight spilled down once again, spreading a silver radiance across the surface of the sea. The soldiers of the 3 major fleets stared blankly at the figure in the sky, taking a long time to react. I don't know who was the first to shout out. Immediately after, the entire sea area was filled with deafening cheers. Speaker! Speaker! Soldiers poured out from the cabins onto the decks. Some waved their military caps, some raised their hands, and some embraced and wept. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and adoration, and they refused to stop even when their throats grew hoarse. That was their speaker. That was the person they were willing to die for. Chen Yu swept his gaze over the soldiers on the deck and nodded slightly. Then, his figure disappeared from the night sky, leaving behind only the sea area that was still cheering, and the bright moon that had pierced through the dark clouds. Under the moonlight, Several titled Douluo officers escorted the unconscious Chen Xinji and slowly landed on the deck of the Tian'ai Legion flagship. The once pristine robes of Chen Xinji were now tattered and stained with blood. The suppressors shone with a cold light on his body. A young officer walked up to Chen Xinji, looked at that pale face, and felt only disdain in his eyes. He spat and said through gritted teeth, "Traitor." And that sound of "traitor" carried very, very far on the night wind. At this moment, on the flagship's deck, Secretary Pan Wen had arrived at some point. He stood beside the officers, watching the escorted Chen Xinji with a calm expression, but a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He knew that from today on, the history of the Federation would turn a new page. Immediately, he turned around, faced the direction of Ming City, and dialed the spirit tool communicator. "I am Secretary Pan Wen. Arrange the best medical team and ensure that Chen Xinji stays alive." His voice was steady and calm. He must live. Live until the day of the trial. A loud response came from the other end of the communicator. Yes. Meanwhile, above Shrek City, the night wind was biting, causing people's robes to flap loudly. Chen Yu's gaze suddenly turned toward the east, looking in the direction of Tian'ai City. The movement was light and casual, as if it were just an inadvertent glance. But it was precisely this glance that caused a trace of panic to rise involuntarily in Yunming's heart. He could not articulate where that panic came from, but his intuition told him. It seemed that something he could not control had happened. The next second, Joshi's spirit tool communicator rang. The piercing ringtone sounded unusually abrupt in the silent night sky, like a clap of thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Joshi was stunned for a moment, instinctively glanced at Yunming, and then took out the communicator from his bosom. Everyone's gaze turned to Joshi. The Sea God Pavilion elders, Sect Master Zhang Xin, and all the titled Douluo powerhouses above Shrek City all fixed their gazes on Joshi. They did not know who was on the other end of the call. But from the gradually changing expression on Joshi's face as he answered the call, they read an ominous omen. Listening to the voice on the other end, Joshi's face turned from red to white, then from white to green. His pupils contracted sharply, and the hand holding the communicator even began to tremble. The news was too shocking, too unbelievable. It was even more than he could accept for a moment. A moment later, he ended the call, looked up at the crowd, and said with a shocked expression, "The War God Hall Master has been seriously injured and captured. The person who struck is Chen Yu." Boom! Everyone was dumbfounded. In that instant, the sky above Shrek City fell into a deathly silence. Dozens of titled Douluo powerhouses, including Yunming, Sect Master Zhang Xin, and a group of elders, all froze in place, their minds blank. Their faces were filled with disbelief. What did it mean that the person who struck was Chen Yu? Wasn't Chen Yu here? Wasn't Chen Yu standing right in front of them, confronting Yunming? How could he possibly appear in Tian'ai City at the same time? How could he possibly deal with Chen Xinji and Yunming at the same time? This was impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Someone instinctively looked at Chen Yu, then looked toward the direction of Tian'ai City, as if wanting to confirm something. Someone rubbed their eyes, thinking they were dreaming. Someone even suspected that Joshi had misheard, or that the person passing the message had said it wrong. But Joshi's expression told them. This was true. Chen Xinji, the War God Hall Master, had been seriously injured and captured by Chen Yu. And the person who struck was this very Chen Yu standing before them. Yunming also looked directly at Chen Yu, his voice carrying a tremor that he himself had not noticed. "Chen Yu, what exactly have you done?" His mind was racing, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Was it a resemblance? Was it an illusion? Was it some kind of spirit ability he didn't know about?